UN Space Seal Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf Commander Wolf Tan. I'm your werewolf. We're here to talk about an interesting topic today. Something that we haven't really covered that much in the history of the Wolf Commander Rambles. We're going to be talking about violence, everybody. Violence in media, the effects of violence in media, some examples of good violence and some examples of bad violence, because there is such a thing as bad violence, as in boring violence, as in gratuitous violence. So I have with me today with just the three compadres, as we are, with starting with the tuna schooner.
Hey, coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna. Today we're going to be talking about violence, as the Wolf Commander said, and I hope all of you will be joining us and participating. So comment below, let us know, and we will address.
And who is no stranger to violence himself but the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gilmartin.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Hope you guys had a good day today. And yes, the topic of this show will be about violence and what we think is good violence, bad violence. And if you have any further comments, type them in the comment section as you arrive, or leave them down below and in the backwatch. And let's get this thing on the road.
So I'd like to bring up the fact that this has always been a hot button topic for the longest time in the history of PC culture that was given rise during the 90s, of course, or at least around the 80s, right?
Right.
It really started with the 80s. Sorry, my wife's working on something in the background, so if you're hearing dishes clatter and stuff like that, that's her. But yeah, so we start with the rating system in the movies. We also got it was the reason why we got the rating system in the video games from E to T or M.
Right.
Yep.
Because
it was actually even Steven Spielberg himself who got us a PG-13 rating.
Yep. The master of filmmaking, of family filmmaking, as I like to call it, invented the PG-13, which that thing has gone through a slippery slope over the years.
Yes.
To where they're showing all kind of stuff that could have gotten them an R, dude.
Yep.
I've seen movies. And look. I leave the theater right after I watch the movie, right, after considering all that I saw in that movie, right, I look at the rating. I'm like, this is PG-13. This is PG-13.
Yeah.
Look, triple take. This is. I looked at my wife. I like look at that rating. This is PG-13. That wasn't no PG-13. What we saw. You speak English in PG-13?
PG and PG-13, especially when violence came, really depend.
I mean, let me do a double take. They speak English in PG-13?
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Pretty much.
Exactly. The level of violence has been interesting, to say the least. It really does depend on who is directing the movie, what the studios deem as violent and not violent. I mean, right now, here's the topic right now. What PG-13 movie actually surprised you that was in a PG-13 movie?
Freaking Days of Future Past to start with.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is going on, and this is supposed to be PG-13. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, yeah, they didn't bleed or anything like that, but still, like, bruh, freaking Colossus. Like the most infamous scene was Colossus getting torn in half in his metal form. I was like, that's possible?
Yeah. I mean, never seen it before, and you're like, oh, exactly.
I mean, I saw his leg get torn off in Marvel Ultimate Alliance in the room, but like, bruh, just to see him get brutally torn in half like that, and before then, his head got caved in the beginning of the movie.
Yep. And that's the thing, though, is that that gets a PG-13, and this could start a debate. That gets a PG-13 when you see a man's head get smashed in just because you don't see blood, you don't see brain, you don't see eyeball bouncing out. That gets PG-13. But at the end of the day, that's still a man's head being crushed.
You can imagine the visceral.
Exactly. You can imagine the visceral, and imagining it is probably what scares you more. That's why that's what PG-13 horror movies are supposed to be, but they're also quick cash grabs.
Right.
Yep.
Or like say for instance, oh, I had something in my head. Oh yeah, Apocalypse. X-Men Apocalypse ramped up the violence in that one. Remember dudes get rolled into balls in that movie?
Yep.
One of his horsemen gets crushed by a freaking rock.
Yep.
I was like, bruh, like they trying to update the brutality in these movies, man.
They're going some Mortal Kombat shit right there, man.
Talking, I would not be surprised if they said, "Witness the X-Men as you have never seen them before."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember them being this fucking brutal.
They probably should have done that in the trailers too.
Yeah, I think I'm interested just to keep this conversation rolling. Brian, what PG-13 movie shocked you?
Admittedly, I don't have anything that comes to mind, since whenever I see something that looks pretty like it's going to be just gratuitous violence, I tend to just walk away from it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Victoria, I am his first wife. Always remember.
Yeah.
Watch the X-Men Evolution stream.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will always be his first.
Oh my goodness. She got them zingers. She needs to be on here one of these days.
It's the unfortunately named Victoria Fagbile.
Yes.
That's her true last name, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
I know. I know it's going to be hard going through life. I mean, every time they hear the name Victoria, they're going to hear Victoria's Secret.
I was thinking of the last name Fagbile.
I know, and I was trying to make the joke answer.
Yeah. I don't worry. I recognized it. Brian's a Reploid. He's still slow on the uptake. No, I'm kidding.
I'm also very literal minded too, so.
So am I. I'm learning to pick
with
up
the Wolf
on
Commander.
Things. Yeah, I learned to pick up on things over time.
Yeah.
So you're saying there wasn't a PG-13 movie where the violence shocked you?
Not really, no.
What about Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Raiders of the Lost Ark. I think.
That's a PG movie.
Yeah.
I think a PG movie. If you're talking PG movies, then Jurassic Park would have done it, because I remember seeing it as a kid, and holy shit, it scared the crap out of me.
Actually, yeah, you know what? That's true. Actually,
I'm surprised that did not freak me out as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, I was just anticipating the whole time it was going to be something gory or something, because it was dinosaurs like chewing the fuck out of people.
And the sheer human carnage.
Oh, yeah.
Not even Arnold's arm freaked me out.
No, from Terminator 2.
I always heard something about like the guy getting eaten on the toilet by the Tyrannosaurus.
Gennario.
Yeah, Mr. Arnold. Sorry, I forgot about that.
I let you into that one. I thoroughly knew you like once I said that your first thought would have been the former governor.
Yeah, well, because I was thinking of Terminator 2, but that was like, no, the R rating shows the violence, but it shows but we'll get to that later. But yeah.
Actually, it's the endoskeleton that scared me in Terminator.
Oh yeah.
And it's stop motion was very horrific, not in a bad way, in a good way. It's the fact that it's stop motion is selling off that very clunky machinery.
Yeah. Old Arnold, that gummy bear of candy cornea.
I would say Aliens did not scare me that much at all, aside from the chest burster scene, kind of. But only because when the lady opens her eyes, that's probably what made me jump. But that's only because that's the Stinger music that did that for me.
Yeah.
The dream sequence, I think, was the one where it did freak me out. Was like, I think I had a dream about that at one point.
Yeah.
Only difference is, the dream actually answered the question of what popped out. A brick, 3 bricks,
Brick, huh?
4 bricks, more. No, literally, it was bricks coming out of instead of her chest, it was coming out of her stomach.
Yeah,
That's a child's mind, everybody.
I hear that.
Yeah, Alien did freak me out when the first one when the chest burster comes out of Kane.
Yeah,
That was
Yeah.
terrifying. That was terrifying.
I forgotten about aliens in that moment.
Yep.
Like completely forgotten because I've that's the thing. I've seen the chest burster. I've
Mm-hmm.
already seen the chest burster, but somehow Alien made me forget about the chest burster scene in Aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the thing that really made it. The thing that was terrifying and made it more real was the screams of both the brilliant actor and actress who got chest bursters coming out of them. I mean,
Ouch.
it sounds agonizing, painful, and Jesus God Almighty. Oh man.
Right. Especially especially when it came to what's his name again? John
Oh
Hurt.
yeah, John Hurt. That was some great mime acting by John Hurt, portraying a man who's like he played it like he was having a seizure, but he's in agony.
Yeah, especially when it was so methodically staged
Yeah,
on the account of Ridley Scott like preparing them for something, a surprise, if you will.
yep,
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the actress who played Lambert fainted on set when that happened.
yep,
You can hear it in her voice in the aftermath. Like the moment you hear her, oh God, that's her fainting.
yep, yep. That's the reaction shot. That's where would you say? I don't know. Would you say that that's where the tasteful violence comes in, or
Yeah.
or it's gratuitous?
No, that's tasteful.
Yeah,
It's tasteful because it's showing us the folly of this horrendous thing being acted upon this poor man who probably was on the same boat with everybody. They're about to do one more job and they're about to go straight home and finally take a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
mm-hmm. And
And
also,
even
go ahead. Sorry.
and even then, like he was like originally he wasn't going to be on that ship because
Did you read the backstories and all that? The
yeah.
expanded.
Well, the thing is, like, Ripley wasn't going to let him on the ship because,
Right.
now whether you sided with Ripley or not in that situation, that's all on you. But again, going by with that information, that man was not going to get back on that ship because of the face hugger being on his face. He was not going to get back on the ship. But when he finally got back on the ship and they finally got the suit off and the face hugger finally got off of him, you think that he's going to be fine now, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Wrong.
Well, because the writing still is on the wall, and that's what I loved about Alien. That sheer sense of there's this vague awareness you have that something's not right, and then the scene in question, which a lot of people did deem that way too violent, but it got the message across. It was supposed to be terrifying. You were supposed to be scared.
Way too violent. That sounds like the words of a coward.
Yeah, way too violent that you couldn't. No, that is shock value done right. That's not. It's supposed to show that. I mean, well, especially with H.R. Giger doing the artwork.
Well, yeah, I think the aliens were even meant to represent the fear of struggle snuggle, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of people who draw. Yeah, I have heard that argument too, but it shows also how truly merciless and evil. There's a lack of a better word, just evil of this alien, this being, its life cycle. It
In
kills
space.
in space. Yeah,
Eldritch abomination, essentially.
exactly. It is a cosmic evil that really has no morality.
It does not abide by our rules.
No, it just is doing what it. What's the word I'm looking for? It's doing what comes natural to it as a predator. It is a natural predator.
Right.
Yep.
Apex even.
How can you fault a man when it's his nature?
Well, and that's another thing too. Is that what I love about the movie is that um, what I love about Ridley Scott is that they're showing us this horrific being of sheer malice and cruelty, violence, but then he shows no, there's something worse than it, and it's the corporation who wants that thing as a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you deliver. And that's how you can use violence and conspiracy. That's using violence effectively. You
Hmm.
you don't see the corporation the corporation doing the dirty is all through Ash. The actions of the android. He
Of all
is
Mm-hmm.
people.
of all people, and you see, despite all of the carnage and the blood of the alien, it doesn't hold a candle to the cruelty of what is man. And man is capable of cruelty. And in this Alien series, they've done a very good job exploring that.
Speaking of a PG-13 movie that had the violence ramped up to a point where you question whether or not it's a PG-13 movie or not. Hellboy, done
Oh,
by Guillermo del Toro,
Oh yeah.
mm-hmm.
or any of his later movies like I think Pan's Labyrinth is PG-13, right? Or is it
No,
R?
Pan's Labyrinth is R.
Yeah, but Hellboy,
Yeah.
Hellboy, oh my goodness, like
Mm-hmm.
Hellboy 2 even actually.
Yeah, Hellboy 2: The Golden Army was quite a. I'm surprised that got a PG-13, but then
Hmm.
again, if we make this is the thing that kills me. If you make the blood green, you can get a PG-13 movie.
That
I'm just
is
saying,
weird.
even then, one of the ages two of the ages got devoured by freaking tooth fairies, and you see their skulls afterwards,
Mm-hmm. Yep,
and I'm just like, okay, I'm guessing you're allowed to like even if you show a skull, you get a PG-13. Okay, that's where we at now. Okay.
exactly. And you know what else surprised me? That got an PG-13 rating was surprisingly not because of violence. Titanic, the nude scene with Rose
Right.
as she's sitting there getting drawn. It's like
Right.
then they say, well, because they were portraying it in an artsy kind of way. I'm like, okay, you did that solely because James Cameron's the director. Any other director would have gotten an R rating slammed on that film.
It would have been a talking point too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for certain people, right?
Hmm. Exploitation of women and all that junk.
Exploitation of women.
Yeah, somebody somewhere would probably kick up a stink, but I think the mainstream if you watch the movie, if you watch it within the context of the film, any rational person would say, and there are more rational people in the world, I promise you. Any
Well,
rational
well, the
person.
thing is, like I said, like even if you explain that the woman did that of her own volition, but guess who was writing it? This is women written by men.
Oh, here we go. You know what?
Yeah.
And like you could have written a better woman, okay? Because I've seen women writers who have been called out on not writing realistic women.
Oh wow.
Oh, good
Name them.
grief.
Oh God. I mean, well, first and
Like,
foremost,
define realistic women. Are we
yeah,
talking about like actual real women or just the women on friggin' Twitter and elsewhere?
I'm
No, no,
talking about
no. The
the
women that write
women.
women right, and even then they're called out for being unrealistic on how to write women, which is interesting.
Which,
Yeah.
for example, Patty Jenkins with the first Wonder Woman.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
said, you know, that's right, and that's the most recent off the top of my head. I'll agree with them probably on the sequel, but not the first movie.
Well, it's still up in the air whether she wrote the first movie or not, or whether that
I,
was Snyder's outline for Wonder Woman, and she just piggyback off of that. There's still in debate about that. How have,
yep.
how long has that debate been going? I don't know, but I'm calling her credibility into question there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now
By the
I'm
way, we
questioning.
got a Neo Star and Samuel L. Oakley are there.
I was about to acknowledge them pretty soon, but I was gonna finish off what this was. It makes me now not want her idea for Thor: The Dark World,
Mm-hmm.
because she was all about that whole Romeo and Juliet fiasco. I'm like, but
Yeah.
but Thor is not Romeo and Juliet. Thor is Norse
Mm.
mythology. Thor was a mythology before the story Romeo and Juliet came about, and
Mm-hmm.
you're using it for the basis of the love triangle between him, Sif, and Jane. Kind of not
Yep.
the way to go with that one, considering
Nope.
that the Superman will always go with a normal woman rather than the Superwoman.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
even then, Thor. Oh my goodness, Thor: The Dark World. That's brutal.
Oh
Yep.
That's
yeah. That was dark. Thor: The Dark World.
like
Mm-hmm.
freaking grenades that implode.
And then that business with the ether as well.
Yep.
Freaking
I kind of enjoyed it for what it was because after I'm actually going to say this, I enjoyed it because of what it was trying to do.
mm,
And the third movie's okay. I mean, Thor, especially with Marvel, has been very hard to translate to the
my
screen.
goodness. Thor Ragnarok even more brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Freaking melting wand.
Oh yeah,
Anybody?
Wasn't there
yeah,
like a lot of really stupid humor in Thor Ragnarok?
Yeah.
yeah, and that's where a lot of you could really tell where the cracks of Marvel were beginning to show.
Hmm.
Yeah, they were running out of ideas.
No, it was more they didn't know how to pace their jokes.
They didn't
Yeah.
exactly, and that was always you can actually see you can sum it up actually really beautifully. It was what Joss Whedon of all people once said. He
Hmm.
once said, "Keep it dark, keep it hopeless, but every now and then tell a joke." And but now it seems like tell a joke, tell it often, tell it all the time. I mean, is there ever a scene, especially with Ant-Man and the Wasp, where every other sentence or word being said was not a joke or a
Hmm.
laugh at the expense of a character?
Mm-hmm.
It's like you gotta pace yourself, build to the. But we're talking about violence right now.
Yeah.
We'll talk about comedy a different time. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
That seriously gave me an idea of another topic that we can get into comedy.
yeah. But back to violence. Especially, I found it pretty interesting because they say that you're Patty Jenkins is not writing women better than women,
Oh, to
and
address Neil Star before you continue,
oh yeah,
Schooner.
go
Go
ahead, go
ahead.
ahead.
Sif is back, but not in the capacity that you think she's in. She was in Loki.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch the
Uh-huh.
show, but I saw a clip of her knocking Loki out. I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
that's
Mm-hmm.
a waste of Jamie Kennedy.
yeah.
I like Jamie Kennedy. When every time you bring in Jamie Kennedy for a role, you dignify her. Thank
Mm-hmm.
you very much. Not for a sight gag, not for a cameo gag, any of that. I'm like it's pretty sad how Agent of Shield treated her way more respect than the show Loki did.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually kind of sad. The exploitation of her in Loki. That's not even. I mean, is she really her character, or is she a caricature?
Right. The
Right.
woman that they just characterize her as the woman that just throws a punch, and
Well,
that's her role. Throws a punch, like what I said with Captain Marvel, blast,
Blast.
mhm.
and
And
that's how they're starting to write their females now, blast,
mhm.
because they
Yes.
think this is how the man does things. This is how they think the man gets the job done, blast.
And
It's not.
That's another thing that kills me. But that's for another topic stream because they say, all right, we're going to write. You know, they talk about how men are portrayed, and then they say women need to be portrayed as men. So I'm like, what's going on here?
I missed something here, but anyways, you were talking about you're leading the charge, right? Schooner, go ahead.
Yep. I'm saying Patty Jenkins was also the one who directed the movie Monster, and Monster was a story about a serial killer.
Right.
And you
Right.
watch the movie and the violence that's portrayed in it, you understand the sheer brutality of the crime of this docudrama of this woman. She was a very disturbed person, and this is where, again, violence is told in a very tasteful manner because it helps serve the story at large.
Mm-hmm. making the men to be just as bad as she is too. One being the exception.
Yeah, one being the exception. And it was kind of sad because the man who got killed, you know, it was terrible. It was heartless, and she was crying too when he was going to when she had to shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, that just showed some humanity, but still, I mean, it was evil what she did. But what else was I gonna say?
Before we
Yeah.
let's pump the brakes real quick. Who wants to take this one?
I think I'll do it. The
Okay.
brilliant star that shines through the night, the camel clutch that makes you humble. Rise a man stands before you.
R-I-Z-E-R manpower.
Wait,
R-I-Z-E.
did it's rise? Did he's doing like wrestling references? I am a real riser man, fight for the rights of every man. I am a real riser man, fight for what's right, fight for your right. That work?
That was actually pretty
I love it.
amazing.
Well, because he said camel clutch and it made me think of wrestling, so why not?
Well, it's a rise of man. Dun, 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 dun. Nothing.
Big
Crickets.
show.
Okay.
That's the big show.
Man.
Maybe we should give him the Stone Cold treatment. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Or dare I say it, the John Cena, can't see him. You just can't see him. The rise of man stands before you, just can't see him.
Right.
Anyways, continue, Sooner.
Well, no, I'm just saying there is violence that goes too far and violence that serves the story. A lot of people deemed Game of Thrones too violent, and I'll give it to you. That first episode was brutality, what is implied and what is shown. But again, it serves the greater purpose of the story. For example,
you need to blame the book for that then, because they were following the books by that point.
yeah, and the books were going back, I mean, where do we find the? And then they start talking about how violence creates these terrible things, and I'm like, look at the history. Humanity was capable of barbaric actions far before this literature, this grotesque literature here.
Well, I mean, the Jack Thompson argument where they say that violent video games were going to make school shooters and shit. But 20 years on, we still don't have any evidence of that.
Mm-mm.
And that was fallout from Columbine, because Columbine was a massive media globalized witch hunt on who was to blame for it all.
Mm-hmm.
They went after Marilyn freaking Manson at one point.
Yep.
We have a guy that says Bromando Dread. It seems like a newcomer here.
He showed up on Sunday. Hey, bro. He's from Ishi Stream.
Welcome aboard, man.
Welcome aboard. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Right. Yeah. He just hits it right on the head there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's another thing that kills me. They say, "Oh, no, we can't have any of this type of violent media in here." So go talk to the drag queen that is reading a book on how to be a drag queen. And I'm just like, what? You know, that's like
people's priorities are so fucked up these days.
I'll give you 2 books I want to read.
Uh-huh.
And there's your daily motivation, everybody.
Yeah, Neo Star, I think you nailed it on the head there. Violence and murder predates video games by several centuries. Damn right.
Yep, you got that right. You hit it right on the head. Because, I mean, what was it? Jack the Ripper, you look at the brutality of Jack the Ripper's crimes. He didn't have video games. He didn't have the gory illustrations, he didn't even have a Hellraiser.
Oh, yeah.
Hellraiser.
Brutal dictators were murdering people well before there was any such thing as Mortal Kombat, for crying out loud.
And I think maybe, exactly. I mean, I understand too about how the violence is supposed to set certain media apart from other media.
Right.
Even if you do take away the video games and all that junk, you're still gonna have criminals either way. You have people out there. Here's my argument about the whole violence and media bullshit that I keep hearing about. there will be criminals even if you take away that. Even if you manage to ban video games and violent movies and all anything of that nature, there will
Yeah,
always be violent criminals. Why?
Mhm.
Because
exactly.
the environment that they're raised in. Why? Because of their circumstances of their upbringing. It's mostly about upbringing that brings them up to that. Yes, there are
Yeah.
some people that are born truly evil, and then
Hmm.
there are people that are learned evil too.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm not just gonna paint with a broad stroke here on that front. Like you still like here's the thing, you're still gonna have the cartel that
Right.
teaches children to violently murder, rape, and kidnap other people and enslave them. You're still gonna have those African people that Ishi mentioned that teaches boys to rape their mothers before they eat them. You're
Oh
still
Oh
God.
gonna have
yeah.
you're
Yeah.
still gonna have cannibals. Anybody
Mhm.
who thinks cannibalism is a good thing, or they find humans quite a delicacy, you're still gonna have people. You're still gonna have people that will sexually abuse a child.
Oh God.
You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Like porn is not the factor into that at
No.
all. Some people are just simply are in that front, and even then, you now have people that are trying to normalize zoophiles.
Oh, good grief.
So you know those are people that take into account. So are the furry community to blame for zoophiles and people who partake in bestiality all of a sudden? Because if that's
Yeah.
the case, then I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been a furry since early stages of college year.
Mm-hmm.
There's never a thought in my mind. I'm thinking that I find a real life dog sexual
Yeah.
because I
That's. Yeah. It's like you don't look at that house cat and say, "Wow, that house cat is pretty attractive." No.
No way.
No.
That's not
No.
how furry
You.
works.
No. Well, it's because there are some screwed up people out there. I
mhm.
mean, oh God.
That's what I'm gonna bring up when I do the furry stream. There's a difference between a furry and a zoophile. The furry does not do what the zoophiles do at all. We don't
Mm.
partake in zoophilia.
Or is it bestiality?
Same thing.
Hmm.
Same
Mhm.
thing. But yeah, like I said, like again, even if they do succeed on doing that, and they'll find people are still killing people. I'm like, you didn't take to account the people that are actually natural born killers, did you? You think violence in movies is the cause. You keep pointing at those fingers. Eventually those fingers are gonna break, but at the same time, you're gonna keep
Hmm.
doing that, right?
Right.
You're gonna keep doing that, but you're ignoring the issue at hand, which is these people still exist, whether video games or violence in movies and shows was ever a factor.
Mhm.
Before we even had things like Nosferatu or even Hellraiser or even violence in books, there were like Neil Starr said, it was all murder has been a thing since the centuries, and you
Mhm.
guys are acting like this is the biggest phenomenon ever.
Yep.
Like if you
Exactly.
even look back into history, the torture devices that people invented, the Batory household,
Mhm.
you know what I'm
Ah,
saying?
the Spanish Inquisition,
Oh yeah. The Dark Ages for crying out loud.
the Crusades.
The Three
Yep,
Kingdoms. The Sengoku
yep.
Jidai.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
mean, hell, there was one guy in the Sengoku Jidai who actually disemboweled pregnant women for crying out loud.
well, that's another thing too. I mean, we want to
The
talk about.
Japanese in World War II.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I'm gonna say the violence. Not, and then they try to. One other thing that bothers me is how they try to say, look at the violence committed upon these various cultures and individuals. And I'm just
Oh
like,
good
can
lord.
you find me one culture that didn't commit an act of barbarism in its time? I mean, we're looking up Native Americans and how the land was stolen from them by the settlers. And, do you know that they've discovered that some Native Americans actually did do cannibalism
hmm
Yep.
and yeah. I mean,
I'm like, don't y'all start? I'm like, every time when they try to sing their praises of indigenous folks, I'm like, don't y'all even dare begin to try to sing your praises of this culture this culture has done some terrible things too.
Yeah.
There's this thing you need to there's this thing that you need to really take in consideration. History, especially in cultural history.
Yep.
Even even this culture wiped out another culture back then. So don't try to quote Nick Hodges from his video about what's that movie called? Kingdom of Heaven. You do
Right.
not I'm going to paraphrase. You do not victimize one and vilify the other
Mm-hmm.
because in that movie is and it's really Scott of all people, it's portraying the Crusaders as the one in the wrong, whereas the Muslims
Right.
were the one in the right. But
Political correctness.
he also not necessarily. Just he just wanted to weave a tale. That's all.
Mm.
I'm gonna give Ridley Scott that benefit of the doubt right there. Is that he was trying to weave a tale about a certain hero in that war, or
Right.
a certain a certain person who participated in that war, which Orlando Bloom portrayed that character. But like I said, I'm willing to give really that benefit of the doubt that he was mostly weaving a tale. How
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
misguided misguided it may be. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, like I said, it really it really paints the Muslims as in the right. Like, don't give me that shit. We
Well,
see the Muslims as
yeah,
today,
Yeah.
that's what I like.
especially.
That's why I
Go ahead.
like. That's why I loved History Buffs when he actually, when he was actually going over the historical accuracies of Kingdom of Heaven. He does not sugarcoat it. The Crusades were a dark and violent time for both sides, and both sides committed atrocities. But
Yep.
Kingdom of Heaven is going to say a political message, and you got to look at the time Kingdom of Heaven was coming out.
Mm-hmm.
That was post 9/11, and they are trying. The later Crusades, I will say this: the later Crusades were very corrupt. Okay, but what started the Crusades was the violent Islamic nations destroying and pillaging all the way up into Europe. And it got to the point. I mean, I looked this up. This is historically accurate. The reason why the first crusade happened was because the Islamic religion was making its way to Europe. And they were saying, guys, we were in the middle, and Europe was in the middle of various conflicts. So the church decided to say, guys, we got an enemy over here. Can we stop our BSing for a second and go over and deal with this? I know. Yeah, I'm oversimplifying, but that is what happened. And a lot of people don't even want to tell you this either. But something good did come out of the Crusades. What happened is that during the Crusades, the Middle East was experiencing, I guess you could say, a type of renaissance. I mean, mathematics and history and navigation and all this kind of stuff. And when the Crusaders came over there and saw all this stuff, they're like, hey, we need to take some of this stuff back over to Europe with us. And that's what helped lead into the Renaissance age.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This is still talking about violence. I swear, guys.
Yeah, we are still talking about violence. I'm talking about
the
history
history plays
violence.
into that because history is indeed very violent.
History is violent and it's brutal, and it serves as this is the point where violence comes from. This is where a lot of the inspiration of violence has come from. Because historically speaking, humanity was barbaric, and this goes back all the way to the hunter-gatherer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because it was a very unforgiving world. And I think what best portrays this, and Wolf, I'm giving you the ultimate segue here. One of the best pieces of media that shows this is Primal, Gennady Tarkovsky's Primal.
Mm-hmm.
Hell
yeah. I mean, the whole theme of the entire series is basically surviving. This is a very hostile and unforgiving environment where everything eats something else, and that the only way to survive is to be primal, your prime instinct of survival.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I sing that praises more than I do with Invincible, because at least Primal is honest about what it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, the Invincible. Well, here's the thing. Invincible is also honest in what it is too.
Mm-hmm.
Like again, it's the same issue I had with Black Panther when it came out, and it's going to be the same issue I have with shows like Invincible. Is that they're getting overpraised in the wrong ways so many times because people have had you this unique desire to be like this force that they want to be like that they want to do whatever they wish to somebody,
Mm-hmm.
or at least they wish they could do something to somebody with no strings attached.
Yeah.
That's why they
Yep.
praise superheroes like this, like Omni Man or Mark Grayson. When Mark Grayson is brutally maiming somebody or brutally beating somebody, I'm talking about in the comics, not the show yet,
Mm-hmm.
yet, because
Yep.
we
Yep.
have
Just wait till we get there.
we have yet to see what he does in season 2.
Mhm.
If they're really doing what they claim to be faithful to the book, which they're not entirely.
No, that's the thing that I find interesting is that sometimes what these when they're adapting things, I'm shocked that they're actually darker in the adaptation of it than the actual source material. I mean,
Mhm.
holy God.
I think it's because
Case in
they're
point-
drunk on the violence aspect of it and they ignore every other part of it.
well, and that was the thing too, and that is where Game of Thrones got lost because in seasons, the trailing edges of season 6, when they did that horrific violence against Sansa, when they showed that, well, they didn't quote unquote show it, but they
Mhm.
they did just enough when they showed Sansa getting raped.
Mhm.
And I'm like, that was not in the book, and that served literally no purpose to the story whatsoever.
Nope.
That was purely shock value, and that is where violence goes too far.
And they ruined Littlefinger in that moment too.
Mhm.
Yeah, they did.
Not that
They
he's
did.
my favorite character at all, but like I'm always all in the favor of portraying a certain character correctly, considering what I've seen of their caliber thus far. Like
Right.
like Littlefinger would never have let Sansa come to harm like that, especially if he's
No,
quote unquote in love with her because she wears the face of the woman that he once loved.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like, this like people told me that Littlefinger gave her over to Ramsay Bolton. I'm like,
Mhm.
really? You're telling me Littlefinger doesn't have that big of a spine anymore?
Yeah, and or that he claimed that he didn't know what Ramsay Bolton was. He knew everything about everybody. Okay, that was
Exactly.
the thing
Yep.
about Littlefinger. He never moved without a reason. And
Right.
it didn't matter how much Ramsay tried to hide his bastard son, which he was. And I love that scene too, because he comes right out and says, "You are my bastard son." He doesn't sugarcoat it or hide it. But come on, everybody knew that Ramsay had a sadistic streak.
Mhm.
Yep.
Why? Because House Bolton is a sadistic house. I mean, if you look up the lore of the houses of Westeros, you'll learn that their sigil is the flayed man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So and it was their practice until when the Starks were coming and they took over the North, made them cease their practice.
Civilized them.
Yeah, civilized them.
Mhm.
And that was the thing and then what happened during the War of the Five Kings, House Bolton started reverting back to their ancient practice. Why? Because House Bolton is a violent house.
Mm-hmm. So what was their saying again?
Our knives are sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Or if you want to be classy, our blades are sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
exactly.
even the Greyjoys, the Greyjoys are a violent bunch too, but their
Oh, yeah.
their brutality is based around that like you said, Schooner, their ability to survive. They're on harsh lands. They have to be that harsh to survive, especially when they reeve.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Well, and that's the thing that's interesting too. Economically speaking, the only thing that they have economics-wise is fishing and pearls and all this other stuff. That's what they and I love that their motto is "We do not sow," which means whatever you do not have, you take.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So that will ultimately lead to conflict and violence. And that's the thing that Game of Thrones did, at least in the beginning, really good, because violence had its place and purpose in this world. It's a world that is on the teetering, that is teetering from civilized to brutality, and those lines blur so frequently, especially in the game of politics.
The Reigns of
Right.
Castamere.
Exactly. Woof. Good lord.
That tale is,
Mhm.
my goodness.
Yeah.
The lengths that Tywin goes. Now, again, I love singing my praise of Tywin of how he gets things done. You may not
Mhm.
agree with it. Again, you may not agree with the man's method of how he gets it done. But at least, again, I like to bring it up. It was necessary.
Right.
They were not giving in. They were not giving any ground. They
No.
liked their. They liked the. Oh, I forgot their houses' names already. Help me out here, Schooner.
Hmm.
Which one in the Western Land?
The Reigns of Castamere.
Yeah.
There were two houses he were battling, right?
Yeah. Well, no, the Castameres were the ones who they were the rebellion.
Casterleys, right? Casterleys? No, not Casterleys. That's
No,
Castle Rock.
that's
Sorry.
Castamere Rock. Yeah.
Right.
Hang on a second. I need to look up the wiki.
Oh wow.
All it takes is cunning, wisdom, and the Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
And
When in
Yeah.
doubt, wiki.
Really.
yeah.
I think it was. I think there was a Castamere. I know they go by a different name, and Castamere what was the name that they put into the song.
Yeah. Okay, so it was history. House reign was obliterated after they rebelled against their liege lord, Tytos Lannister, who was perceived as weak by his own vassal. To restore Lannister dominance, Ty's son and heir, Tywin, marched against the upstart Lord of Castamere, Roger Rain. So it was House
Okay.
Rain.
Yeah, House
And
Rain and House Castamere.
yeah, and yeah. And yeah, what's interesting is that by the end of the rebellion, Castamere had been flooded and all the members of House Rain killed.
Yep.
So that's where the battle took place. So the battle took place on Castamere. It wasn't a House Castamere. The battlefield was Castamere.
Right.
So
So it was
yeah,
House Rain.
And what did Tywin Lannister do when somebody rebelled against the house is that he showed the other houses that they were a house not to be walked over, and it was brutality what he did. He brutally killed those people. But it was what's more terrifying than a powerful house? A competent house. Tywin Lannister knew what he was doing, and this actually tethers back to a lot of the famous conquerors and kings of the past. I mean, look at Julius Caesar, the way he defeated the enemy, the Gauls.
Right.
It was, he was powerful, yes, but he was a competent, powerful person.
Mm-hmm.
He knew he was methodical, and he knew what he was doing, and that's how you can. That's also building great character through violence. A person who is not, a person who is not just powerful, but a person who is competent in.
But in the case of Genghis, he was cunning.
Exactly.
He was very cunning, and he's not as like this dumb brute as most portrayals try to make him out to be. This man was very cunning on how he, like you're talking about a dude that almost conquered half of China, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they portray him like he's this barbaric savage. I'm like, yeah, that don't look like the type of person that would have conquered China the way how he's been portrayed.
Well, the way Mulan portrays the Huns, come on.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm just, yep. I mean, I'm not saying that the invasion wasn't wasn't bad.
Congratulations, men! You have found the Han army. By building his walls, the Emperor challenged my strength.
I did
Go
like that.
ahead.
I actually did like that line. He did actually. That line was pretty cool. He says that you're trespassing, and he says, "Oh no, the emperor invited me. He invited me the day he built his wall."
That sounds like
Mm-hmm.
stuff that people would have said about the Orange Man back in the day, you know?
Trespassing? He invited me. By
Yeah.
building his wall, your emperor challenged my strength. Go! Send your emperor a message. I'm waiting.
Mm-hmm.
How many men does it take to send a message? One.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
What do you
And
see?
why don't we do bad guys? Why don't we have bad guys like this anymore? Like
I know.
these real two. I mean, for the sake of Disney, you got to have two-dimensional bad guys. But come on, I want more bad guys like who just love being evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What do you see? Some black pine from the high mountains. White horsehair. Imperial stallions. Sulfur from cannons. This doll came from the village from the Tongshao Pass, where the Imperial army is waiting for us.
Yeah.
We can defeat them we can slip past them very easily. No, the easier way to the Emperor is through that pass. Besides, a little girl has lost her doll. We can take it back to her.
And that
Hmm.
that scene is so good because it shows once again, like I said, especially with the implied violence of the aftermath of what you see. You can only imagine. That's using violence effectively. You don't have it. You don't see the sheer brutality, but the
You
aftermath
know
is.
something? The only takeaway everybody always get from Mulan is the fact that it promoted a properly written, strong female lead. I'm like, it was what like
More
look,
than that.
look, I'm with you on that one too, but that is not the reason why I love Mulan.
The
Mulan
animated
yeah. To clarify, the animated version of Mulan, like the reason why I liked it because the many times I watched it, I started noticing things. I was like, oh wow, there's a lot of implied violence in this movie,
one.
or at least implied deaths.
Mm.
Like the scene again where he asks how many men does it take to deliver a message, and you get that one archer that says one,
Yep.
and it's cut to black. I'm like, oh wow, and it makes you wonder which one got shot.
Yep.
Yep.
I even love the scene where the Huns in the beginning of the movie were invading, and he was about to light the signal, and Sean Yu's just standing there, and you're thinking, uh oh, and then he just lights the signal, and then he says,
Now all
now.
the China knows that you're here, and he snaps the flag and burns. And he says, "Perfect."
Exactly. That's
He's
how
like
you.
he's not even
Yeah,
phased by that. Go ahead, Schooner. Sorry.
exactly. It's as you're saying. This is what the bad guy is always. He always seems like they're doing exactly what he wants them to do.
Mm-hmm.
The only time he's ever not in control is when Mulan brought an avalanche down on all the Huns.
Yep.
Yep.
I still love that where
You're the one
Mushu
who
goes,
took my glory. No, it was I. He doesn't even recognize her as a woman. He recognizes her as a soldier in that scene. The
I love that
soldier
too.
from
Yeah,
the mountain.
loved it.
Mm-hmm.
That was like you were saying. That's using violence also effectively in a more subtle way. Like
Oh yeah.
when they're looking at the doll and they're showing the competence of Shan Yu and how he knows where the Imperial Army is, and it's going to be there's going to be bloodshed.
And you see that doll again in that aftermath.
Yep,
You see the doll. It's like, oh wow.
yep. I'm also going to say this too that Mulan, despite the fact that they call her a Disney princess, she's the only one who has a massive body count.
Mm-hmm.
That's so true.
Yep. Yeah.
Did they I'm pretty sure Disney would like to forget about that.
I mean, I'm just saying that because I was thinking for a minute, and when he goes, the soldier from the mountain, yeah, dropping the avalanche and all those Huns. Oh my God, they all died.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the exception of the bad guy. She killed everybody but the bad guy.
Well, him and his main group.
Yeah,
His,
his little, yeah.
the guy the guys he mostly interacted with were the
Yeah.
ones that survived.
Yep.
I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, you now that you point out, I was like, yeah, she does have, like she's already a shoe in for a general at the position
Yeah.
right there.
Yep.
like that like
Keep
that's
your heart
male
to
of
Lou
honor.
Boo.
I'm just like that's male honor status right there, or at least whatever rewards you for having such a high body count.
Yeah. I was gonna say, guys, I was gonna say, eat your heart out, Lou Boo.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Lubu would like to know your location, by the way, Brian.
Uh-oh.
Lock the doors. Like that's gonna help.
Victoria has a comment. She says, "I know what you mean. In the Battle of Snow, I realized Mulan have killed someone's and ending that she killed the bad guy. You
Yeah.
need to put more context
No, I get what she's saying. She's saying
there.
that she.
I can
Yeah.
barely read that.
I
Well,
knew what you mean. In Battle of Snow, I realized Mulan has killed someone's and ending that she killed bad guy. It's like, yeah, exactly. I mean, you realize Mulan has killed so many people, and then at the end of the movie, she then kills the bad guy with fireworks. By the way.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. That's why I call it Mongolian barbecue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still love though when they're fighting in the snow, and he goes, "You missed! I just right in front of you!"
Make your best shot. Fire at will.
Mm-hmm.
I like his scream. Ah!
Yeah, that
It's
was
got that
cool.
Wolverine scream.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of using violence in an effective manner and talking about Carnage of X-Men, let's talk about Logan.
Oh boy.
That right there is Wolverine on his own standalone movie. I mean, you've had violence in the last two Wolverine movies, but this is the first time where it's not just sheer violence, but carnage.
The
Not
first
to be confused with the
opening.
supervillain Carnage.
No,
The first opening.
you already know
Right
this
there.
is not going to be like This is not going to be like your typical X-Men movie.
Let me guess. They're gonna try to cancel Logan because he killed a bunch of Vatos.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please. First off, let's put that in context. What does he do when he wakes up and he sees them? He says, guys, listen, you're going to strip them if you do it that way. Can we just not do this? And then they shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
They shoot him. And what does Logan do? The next line is, shit. And he gets right up, and then he says to them, again, guys, let's not do this. And then
You're one of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then he
They
extended,
easily recognized him as a mutant.
as soon as he extended his claws. And what do? They try to fight him.
Idiots.
You just shot him and he's dead. Yes, he's a mutant, and it's good. You guys finally caught on. Yeah, don't mess with mutants.
Or rather, what was funny was I like to bring up like they'll try to cancel Logan for negatively portraying Mexicans. I'm like, no, this is true to Mexicans. I'm sorry. Don't try again. You guys like idiots like these that are trying to defend minorities. I'm like, I'm sorry. This is true to life. Even Mexicans will tell you this is true to life. There's like look think of Eddie Guerrero's theme song, his Titantron. We lie, we cheat, we steal. We lie, we cheat, we steal.
I used to love that.
I mean, think about it. Like I would tell people like if somebody try to tell me like it portrays Mexicans and they're like an opening of the movie, I'm like, no, that's true to life. That's true to life.
But you gotta see. I always fire back with, so are you denying that there are violent Mexicans?
I bet you they have no answer for that.
And and when they fire back with, this movie is violence against women, are you saying violence doesn't happen to women?
Violence denier.
Exactly.
Oh my god, this is like portraying violence against women. And like, folks, check out right now.
It's
Yeah.
so misogynistic to see women being hurt like this.
You keep
So
using that word. I do not believe it means what you think it means.
Well, and
I'm
that's
about
the
to
thing
use that as a clip.
that.
All I'm saying is whenever time I hear that bullshit, it's like you do realize that even without this, there'll still be violence against women.
Yep.
hmm
Again, like I've been saying earlier in this stream, early in the stream, I've said if you even if you still remove this, that does not eliminate the violence. The
Yeah.
violence
No, it does
is,
not.
and it doesn't take away that the violence is real. You will still have these type of people. You will still have rapists.
hmm
You'll still have serial murders and serial killers. You'll still have pedophiles. Even if now now if one argues viewing it as a story standpoint, then we can have that debate. It's like okay, you're tired of seeing rape being used as a tool to motivate a woman's story. Okay, we can talk about that.
That's
Mhm.
fair. That is fair.
Yep.
But to say it teaches men to rape women or teaches men to harm women,
I
no, that
reject.
is a
I reject that hypothesis.
Same.
that is a learned or taught trait, or at least a led by example trait. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
hmm
And this whole teach them not to rape or harm women, that's also bullshit. Because one, the only simple solution for that is for you to have bad. The only simple solution is good parenting. You
hmm
know, you
Exactly.
you're raised with a man who respected his wife,
Yeah.
who didn't
Right.
who by no means disrespected his wife or loved his wife enough to respect her, or at least loved her enough even upon leaving to respect her anyways.
hmm
Man, the son will learn from the father when once he leaves the relationship, he still respects that woman. There's there's still a respect there, even though there's no love there anymore between them.
Yeah.
Or in the
Right.
case of if all they knew from their parentage, or at least from their parents, is the beatings, the
Mhm.
attacks, the slaps and stuff like that. That's all they know how to solve their problems.
hmm
Nobody has possessed the forethought of always informing the child of why they were punished. So that
And
so
yeah.
they by that
Exactly.
token by that token psychologically, sorry, trooper schooner, one of these days I gotta separate you two.
Yeah. Well, we sound very similar.
Yeah.
I think it's just
And
to do with the voice. I think it's this raw masculine magnetism of a
no,
voice.
it's because I always address trooper too much. I condition myself to address trooper too much when I have to slow his ass down.
Yeah.
You
Cause
couldn't
he
have my
cause
moment of self confidence. You couldn't let me have that. Damn it, Wolf.
right. I
Yeah.
give no ground, man. I'm the leader, remember? I got. And speaking of which, we have him in the house.
Trooper!
Hey,
Hey,
Troop, welcome.
what's going on?
What's up?
We're just talking about the necessity of violence in movies and video games to basically
Outfit.
to stave off
Someone needs to turn
violence
their
in the
mic gain down.
What'd you say, trooper?
Someone needs to turn their mic gain down. Someone's echoing.
Oh wow.
future.
It's- I got
I'm,
I
headphones
kind
on.
of think it's just
I'm
Probably mine.
actually I'm basically saying that violence, in portrayed correctly, is a moral lesson for people in film to don't do this. It's not funny. It's not
well,
It's not
violence is not
pretty.
inherently
Terrible.
celebrated.
Nope.
Nope.
Not even
Normally,
celebrated.
I mean, there are several ways that violence has been used in history, and in certain methods that it's still used today, but we don't necessarily use it to adulate any one person.
No.
Um,
Right.
so
I mean, when they're talking about, even in Frank Miller's and even Zack Snyder's movies of Batman and Rorschach, they're showing that the violence is not to be glorified,
Nope.
Right.
with the
Well,
exception
Just
well,
being.
North
honestly,
Star was like
honestly,
that
I
too.
don't even want to talk about Zack Snyder or anything like that because I mean that's like using gratuitous that's using like gratuitous set pieces to more or less substitute for story. And
Right.
that's more
Right.
or
Well,
less
it's
what's
something.
happening in modern film. I mean, truth be told, I mean, if you don't know how to write a film, you just add like literally like about 30 minutes of action sets. You
Yeah.
know, we can look at Zack Snyder, or we can even look at Peter Jackson's Hobbit trilogy, which technically should only have been two films. But I mean, when you have a whole film that literally all it is a whole bunch of people, play fighting, I mean, it kind of gets a little bit
It's
a little bit uh what's the word I'm looking for?
got to a point where
Contrived.
we're using sword
It ends
techniques
up being contrived.
that weren't
So
even European in nature.
Right.
Yeah.
so I mean, as far as like violence is concerned, I mean, the earliest depictions of violence that we see, they're depicted in epics and Greek dramas, or just dramas in general. So I mean, normally, when you actually see like violence being used, it's being used more or less to demonstrate or to show either like foolish egoism or even patriotic heroism. That tends to be one of the things too. But later on, also in history, was used to more or less either satirize the establishment or a pillar of power. So,
Right.
Mhm.
so
Right.
It even could also, right now, even too, it's showing the abuse and the abuse of power.
Mhm.
I wouldn't necessarily say to oh I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, if you're trying to say that we use violence as a way to, this is what you shouldn't be doing, I've never seen it used that way. In terms of, there's a difference between violence and like revolutionary action. I mean, they're pretty
Yeah.
much two things that are inherently different, because one actually is just violence, uh,
Yeah.
committed for the sake of violence out of moral
Right.
means. The other one is a revolution of, or rather, it would be like a cataclysm or a burst of new ideology, which now takes over uh, the social common norm, and you end up having an overthrow of establishment. So I mean, if we look at the Bolshevik Revolution over the Russian czars, so in Russia, that would be what I would consider, quote, a revolution. As far as violence, looking at recent history, if we look at what happened here within our particular nation, that is definitely violence. That is not necessarily revolution. To write something like that into literature, you would more or less, or what I would do, is I would write it in a way to go ahead and show the foolish egoism of these people, that think that by somehow destroying their own means of gaining resources is somehow going to show the establishment or teach the establishment a lesson, which, when literally all they're doing is they're cutting themselves off from actual access
Like
to
cutting your nose to spite your
common,
face.
yeah, more or less. So I mean, like I mean, to be perfectly honest, like the first time that we start to see the way violence is used in literature goes back to, say, the Iliad. If we go back to
Hmm.
800 BCE, and also
Mhm.
right after that you have the Aeneid, in which the Romans had that written, and that happened shortly thereafter. That happened between, I want to say, 29 and 19 before Common Era. So,
Mhm.
Mhm.
but I mean, in terms of like heroism, uh, when you use violence in literature, uh, what comes with it normally are heroic acts, and you see that in Beowulf. And I mean,
Yeah.
that
Mhm.
was what in century 1000, or the 1000th century. So that's the
Mhm.
first time that we start seeing these things being put into written form. So
Just a quick aside. Has anybody ever played Spec Ops: The Line?
nope.
I've
Nope.
heard of it, but I've never played it.
That one was a very interesting game that went to release. It was like, it's nothing to write home about when it comes to the gameplay, but like the story was very interesting on how it kind of it doesn't really demonize it doesn't really demonize the gamer themselves. It's more of what happens when things go foobar. in a situation like Dubai, because the setting was taking place in Dubai. You're playing the all American hero. You're trying to save the people of Dubai, but like the more times the choices that you're making or the actions that you're taking to help the people in Dubai while also looking for an outlaw that's an enemy of the American people, that committed a lot of war crimes, the more worse things to come to escalate. And at this point, you are now worse for wear, or in the case of the character, he's worse for wear. But if you were playing it, you you have pretty much looked at it as a case of how violence really take things too far in that case.
Yeah.
And you see the brutality that goes throughout that game. Actually, really go throughout that game. It's like the character progressively gets battle damaged to where you can barely, you don't even want to look at the man as the injuries that they take. His comrades, the stuff that they go through over time, especially each one representing kind of like the shoulder angel, shoulder devil to that degree. You got the one that's.
All
Go
video
ahead.
games are just another way of telling epic poems. That's all it is.
Yep.
So
And I'll even tell you this, Trooper. The Heart of Darkness is what they use for a frame of reference to make this game, actually.
Yeah,
And
and Heart of Darkness in and of itself is a great tale of man's descent to madness. I mean, and that's really how desensitized. If I'm taking what you're saying, Wolf, about the game, is that he's become desensitized to the sheer violence to the point where he is committing savage acts, and there's really no rhyme or reason for it.
and at the when the game progresses, you begin to notice the cracks
Yeah,
within the psyche of the characters.
The players themselves is noticing this, but they still have to play with the character.
Yep, and you want to play it for completion's sake. So, like, if anything, I'm not gonna spoil the story of what happens, because I'd rather either you go ahead and watch a walkthrough of that game, or you watch somebody's take on that game. You know what I'm saying? Either highly recommend Almighty Lolly's take on the game, if you will. It's the best of one of his
one of his best videos, you want to say?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Especially when you compare it to The Last of Us 2 on how it portrays its violence. Oh goodness, and I hate to bring up The Last of Us 2 in this front.
Oh, good grief!
I wouldn't even worry about it, because I mean, it's just an example to basically show when you
It
take
shows
a
how it can be done wrong.
Well,
yeah,
no,
this is violence.
now we're falling back into the poo-poo on socialist creations.
No. Attack the story first, guys.
No, what
I
I'm
wasn't
saying
even gonna
is
say
that
that.
they're appropriating what is what they say is this is good violence. When you see what's her name mutilate and kill Joel in that fashion.
Well, I wasn't even going to go as far. I mean, you guys
Zilla.
are taking it too far. Again, you guys are taking it too far. That game is satirizing you. That game is literally making fun of you. You are now the part of the satire. So, easiest way to put it is, when we talk about, mocking the establishment, and one of the earliest depictions. I'm sorry, you guys know why I'm like having a hard time speaking, because I got a scone. One of the first depictions of this is when we look at Don Quixote de la Mancha, and that was 16. That's in this 16. I'm going to say 1620. I want to say between 1612 and 1620, because there were two books. But that's literally all it's doing. In there, it was just basically satirizing the church burning Quixote's library. So that's what they're doing here with the Abbey Smash. They're basically taking your heroes and making fun of you. They're satirizing you because you were willfully ignorant to buy their product. and now more or less they've achieved
didn't
what
buy
they
it.
wanted to do.
You want to also know what was also a satirization too?
So
Is when they have the enemy characters call out somebody's name when you kill them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like,
Yeah.
really, bro? You gonna call out somebody's name as if to humanize the NPC characters that I'm like thoroughly and methodically slaughtering,
Yeah.
as if to get me to sympathize with them? Bitches
Well,
be killed in this world. Who
well, another thing
they're-
that's
to me
bothering me
that's
is
just another name that I'm scratching off the fucking list of people I killed.
well, and I get what the message it was trying to be, but Neil Druckmann is basically mocking the people instead of trying to deliver a message. That's
well,
the
the message
problem.
is the mockery. That's the thing. Again, you have to you have to think in terms of see spot run with these people. These people aren't necessarily trying to deliver a complex message.
Mm-mm.
No, they are not.
They're not because then most people wouldn't understand it. So
Well,
I mean,
that's
you
the
have
thing.
to
They
speak
did it.
to,
They were
but
able
you
to do
have
it in the,
yeah,
but
but
they
you
were
have to
able
speak
to
to the
do it
lowest
in the
common
first game.
denominator, and the lowest common denominator is the dude who watches sports and plays zombie games. So I mean, come on, get real. So
You see, I'd argue that, but it's called The Last of Us 2. Okay, so we have a
well, that's
first
just the
game that
title.
has,
That's
I know,
just the title.
but we have a first game that negates what the second game is claiming.
Well,
Okay,
I mean,
because
you could look at those two games separately. I mean, again, they're video games, so I mean, you could look at it as a whole, or you could
but
look
The
at it
Last
as
of
two
Us
different
2
bodies
says
of work.
it's a direct sequel.
I mean,
So
it's the same thing as we talk about The Hobbit and we talk about Lord of the Rings. I mean, they're two separate bodies of work. Yes, they both are within the same narrative, but they're two separate bodies of work, and you can tell Tolkien was in two different headspaces when he wrote The Hobbit and when he wrote Lord of the Rings.
yeah,
So I mean, me personally, I don't really care for Last of Us 2, and I know what people's reactions are because most people tend to watch popular YouTubers, so their reaction are the popular YouTubers' reaction.
I
So
agree.
Yeah.
my whole thing is this: when you bring someone like Anita on to consult on your game, at that point you're no longer making a game.
Mm-mm.
You're selling mainstream propaganda. And what the current propaganda is that unfortunately you do not know what's good for you. You do not know how to use the internet. You don't know how to have uh, you don't know how to have respect for quote unquote inclusivity. And at the same time, since you can't make your way to the DMV like you would here and get yourself a
Yeah.
voter ID, then you don't know what's best for you. So we have to tell you what's best for you. So we have to take your characters. We have to go ahead and show you
Well, and
a
that's a very
demonstrative. I was going to
that's
say,
very that's very nihilistic. I mean, their
well, they are
mentality.
very
What
nihilistic.
Well, it's
That's
also
very
That's what they're
narcissistic
telling you.
because they think they know better than we do.
That's what they're
Well,
selling you.
yes and
Nihilism.
no. Yes and no. I mean, in terms of they don't know what you know cognitively as much as they don't know what I know cognitively. So yes, to that, and no, in the sense of we're dealing with people that pretty much they know what's going on. Some of these people, I mean, granted, if they want to go ahead and throw out those platitudes and virtue signals, that's great. If you want to be part of the in crowd, that's what you do. If you don't want to be part of the in crowd, guess what? You don't go with that narrative. But a lot of these, I mean, some of the people have sold onto it and they firmly believe that is their world. And some of the people do it to be a part of it. So it just depends on who you talk about.
Hmm.
But
The
like
one.
the only other thing I was going to mention, is in terms of literature and stuff like that, once we start getting more closely to the modern century, I mean, you have examples like Cantar de Mio, which is in the 13th century. You also have the poem of El Cid, which happens in 1808, and those are also the same in terms of they're satirizing or they're mocking by use of violence. Now, the only other thing I really wanted to go ahead and bring up in terms of violence as catharsis was going to be the Nibel. let's see if I can say this because I haven't said it in a while. It's Nibelungenlied, which is basically like a collection of German stories. So of course it involves like the famous warrior Siegfried, and then I was also going to bring up the Orestia trilogy
Right.
um, by Aristotle, which he himself called that spectacle, and it was in a way of using violence as a form of purification to bring about catharsis.
Mm-hmm.
So uh, when we say using violence as purification to bring about catharsis, we can use earlier events in actual history that have taken place within, say, the Second World War. If you want to apply that to that, in terms
Right.
of we're going to go ahead and purify ourselves of this, whatever you want to call it, whether it be a blight, a pox, sin, once we start talking about violence, sometimes you have these metaphysical themes that come into it, and then you also tend to have more messianic themes that are rolled up in it. But you don't really see that happen in literature up until Mary Shelley writes Frankenstein, and that is the model from modern Gothic horror. I mean, that's where I want to say like that's where all Gothic horror came from, but essentially it did. It was more or less the scaffold for it.
Mm-hmm.
And what
So
you
what
see,
you're saying is that appropriate violence is violence that is used to convey morality.
yeah, violence is violence, but you see how
Yeah.
these authors use it in such a way. Like Mary Shelley
Yeah.
used it more or less as
Yeah.
man exploring into occult themes, if you will,
Yeah.
in terms of the resurrection of a fallen body, if you will, of a deceased body, of a body now made new, of different portions of
But
different.
was also a commentary of the times about how science was progressing very fast.
Well, you could
And
say that. You could say that. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no, but I mean, if we're talking about Frankenstein, look who Frankenstein was.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's not necessarily commentary, if you will, as much as to delve into this is to go further down the rabbit hole, and you kind of see that happening now with modern medicine.
Yeah.
Going down the rabbit hole, it's now staring back, and it's like we know where we stand with a lot of this medical stuff that's going on right now. Currently, you have two different consensus of opinion. One is actually being stifled out over the other, which has never really happened before.
Right.
In
Yeah.
such a way, in
Well,
modern
also
times
found
now
it-
that we more or less can censor anything
Hang on,
we
Skinner.
don't want to acknowledge.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, at any time, violence is not celebrated. Violence, the moment you start to celebrate violence, it's no longer like a heroic deed. It's now literally you're delving into that criminal mindset.
Only instance I've seen that, not necessarily the only, I'm pretty sure there's more instances where I've seen where the violence is celebrated, not as the audience is celebrating it, more
Right.
of within universe celebration of the violence, which is one of the segments of the Animatrix Second Renaissance Part 2, when the war rap start getting in underway, right?
Right.
There's a scene where one of the soldiers just like literally just shoves his own face into the camera, just shouting "kill them all" repeatedly. There's many moments where they're laughing with each other and celebrating they're gonna murder machines and all that. Before then, there was also Second Renaissance Part 1, which was the infamous scene with the female robot
The
that gets
fembot.
attacked.
Right.
Yep.
Well,
For lack of a better term.
Well, again, that's commenting on the foolishness of egoism that creating life or an imitation of thereof would not have consequences. So,
Right.
I mean, that's what that is.
And that's another thing that is also further explored in at least the first season of Westworld, where you see the patrons murdering the host in very violent and depraved manners.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's shown. Oh, and Spartacus, yeah. Spartacus was even crazy as well.
Right.
Spartacus.
Spartacus.
I'm
I'm talking about the Stars series, by the way.
Which was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
An edgy version of 300.
Yep.
Edgier version of
Yep,
300.
Mhm.
I watched like the first 2 episodes of that and I quit it because
Really?
the write was
hmm
it because like when I first got into it, I was like right in the middle of season 3, I believe,
Hmm.
Hmm.
where I think it was in season 3 where Lucy Lawless commits suicide with the baby in her hand after she done stole it from Alpha Bitch.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That was season 3, right?
Yeah, that was season 3.
Yeah, I was in the middle of that. But then when I got around when it was on Netflix, I was back when Netflix was actually decent to some extent.
Hmm.
I was watching the first episodes of that. I was like, damn, I'm having a hard time getting through this shit. Like the fucking CGI environment's fake. The fucking blood's fake. Damn, how I stuck it this long with this series, especially in season 3.
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
like everybody's swearing up a damn storm. Like I'm pretty sure Romans have way more dignified speech patterns with all this gratuitous swearing and all that. It's like
Yeah.
what was the appeal of Spartacus at this point?
Violence, nudity, and good-looking
Porn
guys who are almost always in underwear.
and porn.
Yep.
Hmm.
It was basically a porn, but with a plot.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That's
Well,
what
I
I call
mean,
it. I was
there's
like,
a
like
difference. There's a difference between violence and depravity. So,
right.
Right.
the one shows more or less no inherent moral compass. The other one can technically have some form of moral form that may actually lead to some form of symbolism.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Right.
But I mean, it depends on how that violence is used. Because I mean, violence is used to symbolize other stuff. So I mean, whether I mean, if indeed we are using it in a form of social commentary, but that would be like what more or less happened this last week in Afghanistan.
Hmm.
In terms of social commentary of we now see a global superpower, the only remaining superpower, being brought to his knees or perceived to have been brought to heel by a lowly band of radical extremists. Call them what you will. Call them,
Terrorists.
by a pack of radicalized goat farmers. But the
Yep.
whole point is, it's again, violence is now being used in a romantic, or rather, it leads to a romantic form of that heroism. We got rid of the great superpower
The
by
Western
war
infidel.
alone. You know,
Well, yeah, and that's the thing that I find kind of interesting is that over here we're getting a deconstruction of the romanticism of violence, but it's very skewed.
well, we're
That
also we're also
certain violence is actually very acceptable.
well, we are like in the late stages of deterioration. That's when you start to see that. So,
Hmm.
Hmm.
some people would argue, no, we're not. I'm like, yeah, we kind of are.
I'm arguing that when we get to the late stages of this means what comes next is, because I'm more positive, is that we're on the path of self-correction.
I don't know if I would necessarily call it self-correction. Some people will not necessarily self-correct unless there is, for whatever reason, a small group that decides to take it upon themselves to attempt to do so. Because you got to
Would
remember,
you
like the
call that
Civil War,
self-rehabilitation?
like the Civil War itself was not everybody was involved. I mean, it was basically small groups. I
Hmm.
mean, when the first American Civil War started, nothing like that had ever really taken place in the Americas. I mean, you had people literally on the side watching, like picnicking, with their little blankets and stuff. I mean, I
Yep.
remember,
Yep.
I remember my history professor literally talking about the folly of these people. I'm like, you don't think you're going to get shot? It's like you're a spectator. You're a spectator to your own
Well,
demise, and that's exactly what's
and
going on now.
just not only that, the American Civil War was the first time media was actually being used and showing the horrors of war,
Well,
which
that too.
was a
That
wake up call for a lot of people, which is why the North was basically saying the war's got to end. It must stop.
Well, that too, but I mean, there were mild forms of propaganda there, and there was definitely propaganda being used in Andrew Jackson's time. You
Yeah,
know, a lot of the battles that he fought, especially the one in New Orleans,
yeah.
that was not quote unquote foreseen. It's, but it's like, I want to refer to that axiom where there's a will, there's a way. But I was gonna make a point and I lost it. I had it on the, oh yeah, well, the Civil War was also one of the first times where a body of people had uh, decided to revolt against the yoke of an established hierarchy or monarchy.
Well, and
Up until then,
but it's
every other
also
civilization had been ruled by a king or some form of despot. Up
well,
until
it was also very much what the South, the quote unquote, what the South believed in, quote unquote, was the encroachment of the industrial North, thinking that
well,
they could lord over them. And this had been a debate that had actually, this,
well,
this
I
is a
agree.
debate that actually had been talked about extensively
I
after
agree
the
with you.
revolution.
I agree with you in some sense, in that a lot of people
Yeah.
tend to see the Civil War
Mm-hmm.
as,
Yeah.
oh, we were fighting for human rights. No, we weren't.
No.
No,
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 we weren't.
no,
Not in the slightest.
no. I mean,
Not in the slightest. This
Nope.
not
was
in the slightest.
this was
Tell
the
yourself whatever
agrarian
you
South
No.
trying to hold on to
whatever
power.
you want to,
So
whatever helps you sleep at night, whatever makes you go to bed saying,
yeah,
"Oh,
right.
I'm doing the right thing." But let's call it what it was. Okay, the South wanted to keep their slaves.
Well,
Pretty
that
much.
too. I mean, you got okay. Well, here's the thing: you got to remember. I mean, that the southern part of the United States was agrarian. It held a lot of its wealth in agriculture. The only way to do that is to be able to actually have a lot of man work every day,
Hmm.
Yeah,
nonstop.
yeah.
It's the I would necessarily, if we're talking about production lines, that more or less is a human production line, if you will. You know, as industrialization is coming in, from the north. But I mean, you already have, or most of the South's power was held with the plantation owners. Like, do you honestly think you want, your power being usurped by a whole bunch of quote unquote businessmen? So
Well, again, that's like we were talking about with violence, not just in media, but in history too. Is that anybody was so quick to want to? I mean, how many times has humanity tried to battle its own nature of quickly grab the sword and fight?
yeah.
And rationally speaking, rationality was winning out at the end of the revolution and stuff like that. But it was a boiling point. I'm going to say this: the Civil War was inevitable. There was no way you could have. There was no way you could have.
Well,
Prevented.
the only reason, and I'll mildly back up your point. The only reason that was is look at the location of where the United States was. The United States was literally locked between two large bodies of water, and
Mm-hmm.
and to the south you had Mexico, which for granted, I when I make this hyperbolic comment, take it for what it was. I mean, they were still building mud huts, more or less.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a hyperbolic statement. And as far as Canada, the same thing. I mean, Canada was still being colonized by both the British and the French, which had some bearing on what was going on here in
Mm-hmm.
the United States, but not a whole lot. I mean, trade was still happening regardless.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
when you have some foreign body tells you, "Oh, we're going to up your taxes. Oh, we're going to go ahead and make it less. We're going to make it more restrictive for you to do
Yeah.
business
Yep.
with others other than ourselves."
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Hmm.
and that goes to or rather that originates in the wanting to quote unquote worship freely. Now that's a mainstream narrative that a lot of people literally came to the Americas because they wanted to worship freely. There were other reasons, but I mean,
Everybody had a motive. That's the
well,
truth.
Yep.
that too. You look at these countries. I mean, they were all vying to be a superpower.
Yes.
If it wasn't going to be Spain, it was going to be France. If it wasn't going to be France, it was going to be Britain. So
Well,
Yep.
and that's another. I mean, and before, yeah, exactly. I mean, violence has been used again, but bringing it back to pop culture and
Yeah.
to, but I mean, violence gets its inspiration from the histories. Okay, so this was never something new. This was, but the uh, the execution of violence of in pop culture is to usually portray the worst atrocities of humanity in a to bring the brutality to the surface and to show people. But also at the same time, there's also comedic violence and stuff like
Well,
that.
well, I would also say that a lot of that is also kept in check by religion,
Mm-hmm.
mainly Christianity here in the West. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I mean, granted, I know what you're talking about. You're more or less implying civil disobedience, which does happen. But on top of this, of civil disobedience, what keeps the community, or what keeps the tribe from outright killing each other or killing their neighboring tribe for something as you're dipping into my water source? You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's like it tends to lead to having at least a moral body of morals. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I'm, I'm trying to kind of loop this into more or less our constitution and stuff like that. But
Well,
what it
I
well
could keep that. I can segue into that. I mean,
yeah.
tell me what foundational document or what nation was not built on, violence and blood. I mean,
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
and what other societies have not been built on Western Christianity in terms of the tenets themselves of, these these rights are inherent as given to by God. So
yeah.
I mean in that I could see some form of righteous battle, if you will.
Uh-huh.
Uh, I don't necessarily think that religion inspires like religious, or rather uh any type of moral
More
valid.
more
Yeah,
value. You've
that would
always
lead
seen
you.
that religion has always been used as a tool.
Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
Uh, like
Yeah.
yes in the sense that, okay, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt honor thy mother and thy father, that
Mhm.
kind of stuff. I mean, that more or less gives you a foundation from which society can remain polite and remain civil without resorting to violence for every single thing. We don't really see that in literature either, where every single thing leads to violence.
Yeah.
Uh, we can see the commentary being made there that when man is pushed to the brink, you do see it happen in literature. What is
And what is
or what can a
literature?
main character actually take before they have to resort to violence?
Yeah.
Um,
And,
I kind of want to bring
and
it back to pop culture and kind of
yeah,
bring
yeah.
in
Right.
Thanos,
All right.
because when we talk about purification through violence, you see that main narrative, and that's why that technically resonates with the audience, because now you see righteous battle, and of course now you have the Avengers and all that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
So
If you're doing, yeah, exactly. The with Thanos, you see it taken, at least in my opinion, the wrong way, because he's always arguing that I'm the only one who has the will to make that decision. But at the
yeah,
same time, you see the horrible flaw of his plan, because he really does not know. He has an experience on one planet, his own, that's destroyed, but he thinks that every single planet in the entire universe is just one bad day away from his planet. And
Mm-hmm.
that
Yep. He's
yeah.
projecting essentially.
he's projecting, and not only that, he gaslights Gamora and everybody else into basically serving him, even though they have a moral compass that is telling them that it's wrong.
He's like,
Well,
everything is
I
so
wouldn't say
finite. He always
I
says.
wouldn't say projecting, because I mean, if we were to take, say, a character like Thanos and like superimpose him on like a non-governing body like the World Economic Forum, where they're wanting to more or less push for a digital industrialization, if you will, of
Mhm.
society, they're not necessarily projecting that their anxieties or fears. What they're more or less at this point dictating is that this is where they want to go,
They're
and you're along
dictating
for the
where
ride
they want.
whether you like it or not. In terms,
Yeah, and that's what leads to a lot of controversies today. Is that
yeah,
they're projecting what they believe is the right path, and rather than take it to the people and have a debate about it or something, they just try to sneak it in,
well,
saying
yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah.
and
Like it wouldn't.
that's a corrupt establishment.
Well,
A
I wouldn't
corrupt,
even say it would be like a right path, just the path of least resistance, because to kind of like denote whether it's a right path or not again tends to kind of breed morality into that narrative. And um when we talk about morality, we can also talk about maybe like ethnic violence. Like, is it right to do so, is it not right to do so? And
Mhm.
one of the first examples of ethnic violence in literature, in terms of, say, here, the United States, is Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was in the late 1800s.
Mhm.
So, and that's actually a good example. Uh,
Yeah.
so, and again,
Brian,
it's what people like
Yeah.
to fixate on, but it's not meant to be gospel. It's we talk about cautionary tales, and we talk about this is what we've seen with our own eyes, and we talk about maybe Gulag Archipelago. Uh,
Mhm.
Right.
and
you
Gulag
guys have an interesting
Archipelago.
conversation here. I would
Yeah.
like to hear what Brian has to say on the matter.
Uh,
Yeah, cut in anytime.
well, I was also thinking like to the Thanos example earlier, of how everyone keeps taking it like Thanos did nothing wrong, but Thanos did a lot of things wrong. He's
That
basically
applies to
advocating.
anybody who they
Yeah,
relate
Well, that's more or less an indoctrinated talking point,
to.
and that's
Mhm.
another way of saying I don't know what's going on. Just
Pretty
look at it
much.
that way. Just
It's
look at it
basically
that way.
I'm saying like,
Killmonger did nothing wrong.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, they don't
yeah.
know what's going on because right then and there, they're telling you that they're there for the action. They're not actually paying attention to any type of story writing. Whereas, say, someone like myself or Schooner or Brian or yourself are going to be like, "Screw this! This is trash because this makes no sense in a literary fashion at all. It doesn't
How
follow
you
any
side
rules
with
whatsoever."
Killmonger when he shot a woman through the chest to kill a guy?
yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
The,
and not only that, he basically justifies everything that he does as
well,
necessary
well,
because he talks about that he has the will to do it and
yeah,
yada yada, because he has the will to do it and that makes him.
Oh,
yeah,
but he fought for
Wait,
black
yeah,
rights.
wait,
and
you know what that reminds me of? What RJ talks about with willing for the sake of willing.
and
Yeah.
that and to add to Schooner's point, right after that, they're literally telling you that they're willing to assassinate the sacred feminine to to
Hmm.
to
Yep.
more or less achieve their goals. So literally, shooting that female character through the chest, if you look at it that way, they're literally, if you deconstruct it, they're literally assassinating the sacred feminine to achieve a
Yeah.
Hmm.
specific goal.
Yeah.
And isn't that all what fourth wave feminism does? So,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh
so
yeah.
Well, that's
Everybody was
interesting too.
gasping when he did that.
I was like, "Are you for real now?" I'm like, "Are we about assassinating meanie Karens now?"
Oh,
Like,
that's the thing. Well, that's the thing too. Is that how do you establish your hero from your villain? When the hero, they call it. It's kind of funny. There was a narrative term that they use. It's called saving the cat, saving the dog, or kicking the dog. You know who the hero is if they're going to go and try to save the dog. You know who the villain is because the villain kicks the dog.
yeah, or kicking the dog to save the cat.
And the
Yeah,
hero
kicking.
pets the dog.
so,
Exactly.
so
And then, yeah, and that's basically how you establish your villain, is that your villain is a villain, is a villain, is a villain, because how does Infinity War open up? Oh, it opens up with the fact that he's attacking Thor's ship, and what I love is that transmission is going out, and they say we have very few warriors, so he's slaughtering these people. So he's
right,
not a
right.
good guy. He is a bad guy. I don't know why people have a hard time believing that. He killed, maimed, and he murdered people all for the sake of social progress of a planet on a cosmic scale. He called the destruction and murder of so many, and he called it progress.
Yep.
You want to know what's insult to injury there?
What's
They
Yeah.
had already lost their planet, and he still slaughtered half of them.
Yeah,
that?
exactly.
Well, again,
had-
if you want the job done right, you got to do it yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
Well, wasn't that
oh
his quote
goodness.
at the penultimate secret
Avengers.
ending of Age of Ultron? Fine, I'll just do it myself.
Well, it's
Exactly.
true. Honestly, it's true. It's it's one of those things
So
that
when they say that he did nothing wrong, I'm like, oh, he did plenty wrong. And not only that, they say
So,
the
well,
how
acting.
yeah,
many
I mean, they're
YouTubers?
inherently telling you they don't understand what they just saw on screen, which to
So,
me
how
is
many YouTubers deleted
baffling.
that comment about him finally get off his chair?
It's baffling to me how people, make,
Motherfucker, I'm
comments
sketching.
like that.
Well, they make excuses about Griffith too in Berserk.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was This
What
is
did they say
before
about
Thanos. This is before Thanos. Let me give you the rundown of what he did so far. So he's pretty much was rising up the ranks of the political scale by assassinating one of the king's only brother.
Hmm.
Right.
Um, he killed the queen
Hmm.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
because poetic justice because she tried to poison him.
Right.
Hmm.
Um, he took down Doldry in the 100-Year War. That was their final step in winning that war. He dealt with Doldry. I believe he done some other horrible things beforehand. But the one prominent ones was the fact that he clearly assassinated like two important members of the royal family, which is King, no, Lord Julius and the Midland King's second wife, the Queen.
Right.
Hmm.
Oh, another list of his crimes: he deflowered the Princess Charlotte
Yep.
in a
Ooh.
in a stupor, not a drunken stupor, a mental stupor. He defiled the princess before she was of bearing age, or at least of
Deflowered.
Mm.
Deflowered.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Play
that
devil's
is not
advocate.
but that
That's
is
just
not the reason why. Well, that's one. Well, that's one of the reasons why people are so enamored with him to the point where they're telling him he did nothing wrong, because because that's not really the greatest of his crimes, even though those technically are the greatest crimes that he's committed. The
Mhm.
crime that he committed was that he betrayed his mercenary band to the God Hand, or at least he
exactly.
sacrificed them to the God Hand.
I was
That's the
going to
most
say that.
prominent crime that he committed to every fan of Berserk. That he sacrificed his band of the Hawk at his lowest point in his life because of the fact that when he defiled the princess, the king saw fit to torment him for how many years? 2 years, right? 3 years.
Mhm. 2
He
or
went
3
through.
years.
He endured 3 years of torture. Goodness
Mhm.
gracious, that man is strong. And it got to that final year where he was already at his lowest point.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
But like when he finally met with the God Hand, granted, the God Hand don't make you sacrifice. The God Hand influences you, but ultimately it's still the choice is still yours.
They said
Yeah.
the choice is yours. They gave him the choice. And Griffin chose. And I want to add too, in almost every single series, they always make it look like, and I think it's which seals the deal. He did it just to spite Guts.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
He does it to spite Guts because he knows that Guts had found a place at the Band of the Hawks and stuff like that. But because Guts had quote unquote betrayed him, he was going to make him suffer.
And what
And
else? What other
Well,
acts that he did later on after that?
that would
we
Revenge
know,
of this
be.
woman.
Wouldn't that
yep,
just be revenge? Like,
Yeah,
exactly.
like.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean,
vengeance or
it's not necessarily violent. I mean, I guess it is. It's
Well, it
violent,
involves violence if you
but
want to put it
yeah,
that way.
via revenge.
well,
But
I'm just only laying out the basis as to why people are using that quote.
right,
Griffith did nothing wrong because again, the enamor
well,
side
it's
of it.
also, yeah, but you also have to look. It's also popular opinion too, because it's so
yeah.
popular. It's
They're
let's see
questioning,
the
did
other
he do
side.
anything wrong?
Yeah, and it's that whole, Cobra Kai type deal where the villain is actually the hero and the villain of the movie is actually the hero from the Karate Kid. That's like one of the famous
That
internet
twisted,
rumors that
the
twisted.
twisted version of the villain is the hero of the heroes the villain is the hero of another story.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think of all places, Injustice 2 actually sums it up
Injustice.
perfectly.
Oh,
I
good
know,
Oh
grief.
Injustice.
goodness.
I know,
Hey, you
but
know what? I don't ding Schooner because I was actually going to go ahead and talk about their Dragon Age Inquisition in a
Well,
bit.
we were really talking about evil Superman in the beginning of this show,
yeah,
so
but
Oh yeah,
fair
with
game on that one.
Invincible.
In Injustice 2, Batman says at the beginning of Superman's trial, every villain is the hero of their story.
So
Okay,
fuck off, Batman.
so every villain in every single, I mean, you can talk to any and all villains, and they will always believe that they were the party that was wrong. And the thing that's funny now is that it seems like these bad guys of Hollywood are making the case now for villains.
Of course they would, because
I
they're villains themselves.
I don't
Go ahead, Trooper,
I
if you
don't
can manage it,
well
because I know
I
you're
don't
dealing with
necessarily
your health right
know
now.
I don't necessarily know if it's like a conscious decision to go ahead and just
Mhm.
use villains as a way to conflate morality as much as it tends to be art imitating life. Because a lot of these people, I don't think they necessarily do it willfully. I mean, obviously they're writing these stories and stuff like that, but I mean, we look at life imitating art and art imitating life in terms of what we see uh, in terms of pop culture, like literally, like all these little mini morality plays, literally playing themselves out as in terms of we have a king who's a despot, and it's obviously you, and we look at some of these Marvel stories where the leader, or if you will, uh, the UN in terms of the Sokovia Accords could be considered despots because they are now looking to curtail uh, the the heroism that the Avengers have themselves acquired
Mm-hmm.
through
Right.
acts of what I would consider works works for a greater good. I guess is the best way for me to articulate it.
I don't think it was a greater good. See, this is the one thing that I kind of
The
hit
great are
Avengers,
good.
the Avengers movie,
Well, I
the
mean,
first
inherently it
movie.
would be because they're superheroes, but yeah, no.
What I the greater good. I don't see. This is why I knock the first Avengers movie. Yes, shocker. I actually have a grievance, but that's back when we were allowed to have grievances. About
Right.
the Avengers movie,
You can
the
have
Avengers.
them. You can have them. There's nothing that says that you can't. It's just it's now in popular opinion to bring up the fact that the Paramount run of the MCU for all its faults was literally some of the best stuff and some of the
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
foundational
oh yeah,
underpinnings for what was to come.
yeah.
Nothing
So
can take us away from that.
No,
That's
and
the
nothing
thing.
to take away from that.
Yep.
Avengers will always, yeah. But I've always felt that there wasn't really any bonding with the Avengers. They all just sort of, yeah, we kind of have to work together in the final act.
well, I mean, you do get
Whereas
that
in
vibe.
the
They're all
cartoon,
kind of like slapped together, and now they got to work as a team. But
whereas,
I mean,
Yeah.
whereas in Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the animated series, they
yeah,
all kind of know about one, which is also the Forgotten cartoon, which was really a great cartoon. Which nobody's talking about anymore. It shows the
Sadly.
Avengers coming together and Tony actually saying, you know what, maybe we should all work together because independently we all, and I get it because the movie, Joss Whedon's Avengers doesn't do that because of the simple fact of how cliched it is. And Joss Whedon, being Joss Whedon, knows that if he's going to do that, he needs to have a fourth wall humor break there. So instead, he just decides to cut out the middleman.
I mean,
Firefly
we
with
can.
superheroes.
I mean,
Basically, yeah. He never
the other
stopped writing Firefly. Let's call it out what it is. He never stopped writing Firefly. And look, he sticks to what he's good at. It's the same with Frank Miller. Frank Miller never stopped writing Sin City. But he's still the same. But look, he's sticking to what he's good at.
Just like Zack Snyder never stopped writing 300.
No, he never did.
Which, I'm kind of in agreement with Fiona Wolf on the one comment that there's no fledgling writers. You just write. And you write and you keep writing and you keep writing. And in the body of work that you do end up creating, you will find those themes that we're talking about.
Fucker.
Yeah.
So you wish, dude. You wish. Not on your life, dude.
No, I'm looking at this fucking fly, and I'm like, wait. Look.
Like,
let me get context of what I'm saying.
Every other freaking girl who's commented on it, you would be speaking tongues.
No.
I'm looking at this big ass fly. I'm like trying to wait for my opportunity to squash this motherfucker, and he was right there within my grasp, and the fucker moved out of the position. I was like, fuck.
I know, and that's what I loved, and I was laughing. That's what we were laughing at.
I was like, fucker.
Oh yeah.
I didn't say fuck her. I said fuck her.
Mm-hmm.
No H involved.
Right.
I'm gonna clip this shit. This just fucking comedy gold right
I
there.
was definitely going to, when we talk of literature, we don't necessarily talk about journalism because we don't look at it as a form of literature, even though it is.
It is.
And that's where violence is more or less used to instill fear or paranoia.
Yep.
What that is, you can form your own opinion, whether it's meant to have you conform to the establishment or to keep you within the boundaries of the establishment, or if it is indeed true journalism. When we talk about true journalism, we talk about, say, I'll list two examples that I know of offhand. I follow Lara Logan. For a lot of people in chat world that kind of have their favorite journalists and stuff like that, I follow Lara Logan. I tend to see that her commentary tends to be about as close to what actually is taking place versus the hyperbolic commentary that you see from a lot of these social commentators.
I'll put her on my list.
Can you send me a link to her on MeWe?
Oh yeah. And I'm trying to think of who I follow a few. I don't necessarily tend to follow libertarian journalism, just because what I tend to see is more slanted. Like whenever you follow any type of political body, or when you follow someone who is no longer writing, no longer trying to formulate or synthesize what is actually happening and being able to put it in a piece to more or less comment on what we're seeing, in terms of this is what was left, in terms of, we could put a stop to this right now at any time. We are the largest superpower globally. We are the last archaic remnant of superpowers among superpowers. And you see this stuff playing out on the other side of the world, and you ask yourself, well, why is this going on? Is there an ulterior motive? What you do tend to see is a blow off from these journalists. Oh, we've left people in other situations similar to this before. So now what we're doing is we're putting a bandage on violence and saying that violence happens all the time. It happens every day. You should not, you should not pay attention to violence. But, and so when we talk about it in that body of literature, I mean, at that point, it's no longer being used to induce fear as much as it's being used to induce normalcy, in terms of everything is fine. Go back to watching your Netflix in your fuzzy slippers. The violence that's happening is 1,000 miles away. It has nothing to do with you, even though we are now importing that in here.
It's almost like they're turning us around and gently shooing us back to our room with a pat on our head.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Again, back to being treated like a child.
It goes back to that axiom of lamb to the slaughter. Literally, that's what it is. So
we are lambs to the cosmic slaughter.
I just know that when I wrote for my, for my school paper, it was all these fluff pieces.
Oh yeah.
It's like at that point, when you're being asked to write pieces, you're not you're not actually being asked to write anything that's going on, within the greater environment of, hey, what's happening in your state, hey, what's happening in your government, hey, what's happening in the world, hey, what are we going to be doing for this Valentine's Day weekend? That literally was my assignment. I had to write a whole column on that. I'm like, I'm like, are you insane? Why do I want to write about a holiday that literally all it is merchandising? Oh,
Yeah.
I love you more
I
on this day.
understand.
I
I
love you more
understand.
on this day than any other day. So I'm gonna go ahead and kill some plants. It's like you buy some
I
candy
get
in the form of
I get
some
what you're
pink.
saying, Trevor.
Yeah,
I get
so
what you're saying, but I do also am going to argue the necessity sometimes of a fluff piece. I agree that we write too many fluff pieces to distract from the events at large, but every
yeah,
so often there needs to be a fluff piece because if you write everything that's going wrong in the world, people are going to ask, is there any good in the world? And unfortunately, we're asking that question every day.
yeah, but
Mhm.
you also can't be that overprotective parent where you're trying to protect
Right.
society from the ill wills of the world.
Right.
It's
Exactly.
you, you,
Exactly.
that, and
There
that's
needs
why,
to be a fine balance, is what we're
and
saying.
that's where these epics and these dramas came in to show you that a demigod could actually overcome, you know, what was more or less forced onto him. In terms of, we're talking Hercules and his 12, 12,
Labors.
The labors.
yeah, 12 labors. So, again, it's like, this is why we have myths. This is why we have, dramas. This is why,
Mhm.
we know the story of Luke Skywalker. And I'm not talking about the film or anything like that. Now I'm literally talking about myth. You know,
Yeah.
the myth
Yep.
of Luke Skywalker. He was a farm boy on a faraway planet, and
Well,
the
and that's the thing, though. Luke Skywalker is not just the embodiment of the manly hero. He is the embodiment of the countless of other heroes of Joseph Campbell's The Hero with a Thousand Faces. Men, women,
true. Well,
and all sorts of other mythical people.
true, but to add to that, I would also add to that that through the violence of the death of his aunt and uncle, Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru, he had that moment of catharsis on the hill,
Yeah.
during the binary sunset, that he no longer had a choice. The choice had already been put forth him. This was the journey he had to take.
The point, Joseph Campbell calls that the point of no return.
Yeah, exactly.
He can't turn back now.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
this is where violence could also be considered a plot device,
Yeah.
but to call it a plot device is literally to caricaturize what
It
violence
sounds
actually is.
it sounds too artificial in the case of the original trilogy of Star
Yeah,
Wars.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's when we talk about these pieces in terms of, myths, juxtaposition journalism, it's happening in the real world with journalism.
Yeah.
When you see people, hanging off the side of a helicopter, which is violence,
Mhm.
that's meant to prop up that's meant to prop up, gosh, the rise of a new authoritative body.
No,
They are now
that
deifying
image,
people.
like you're saying too, imagery is worth a thousand words.
Yeah.
Words. That plane that left Afghanistan with all those people still hanging on it,
Oh yeah,
begging to
yeah, and
Mm.
people falling off the aircraft. And oh, you know what? Now that you bring that up, I also, and I didn't write this down. Like all my notes, I pretty much only had on like a sketch pad. But the one thing I did want to talk about was the meme or the meme. Uh, you know, we also use memes that depict violence.
yeah,
But again, that's being used to satirize the foolish egoism of an administration that is out of touch with itself and also
Yeah.
yeah,
out of touch with the body it governs. And then on top of that, we also know that there are people that are handling him. And they, for
So it's
lack
like
of a better
that
term,
bonk
could care
meme or
less what
something.
happens to the person on the street.
What'd you say, Brian?
So something like that bonk meme that you sometimes hear about.
Well, I was gonna say that Biden meme that I had posted on MeWe with with the Biden logo, and it's like a bloody hand that makes the E, and then you have like people hanging off of the actual letters, and one is actually falling. That's depicting violence. So, in in that depiction of that particular meme, it's like I said, it's satirizing a pillar of power, which we no longer can do in 2021. When MeWe finally gets around and says, "Oh, you can't do that. That's disinformation."
Well,
But
and that's another thing. You got a problem when the current administration too, when they're hiring these interns who are posting on idiotic things on TikTok. And I'm like, these are the people in our government offices. Fantastic.
Yeah.
But it could also, you could also use. There could be a form of violence in the form of subversion.
Yeah.
If we talk about that teacher in California, I forget the number. I forget the name of the county. I had it earlier. This I didn't write. This actually was something that just came into the top of my head, where she more or less hides the American flag and has her students pledge allegiance to the alphabet mafia flag. So one could
my God.
So while it's not outright violence in terms of no one is being physically harmed with a sharp object, there is no loss of life. You could say the act of violence is more or less the defiance of defiance of nationalism, or a defiance in saying that you no longer acknowledge the body of which gives you these freedoms to be able to criticize it. And what that small act of subversion does is it leads to bigger acts, which then can lead to violence. In terms of now we're quote unquote radicalizing and creating our own revolutionaries that we're fighting against, if you will.
And that's another scary thing, is that this new generation of advocates, or here's my favorite one, quote unquote, peacemakers.
They always call themselves something that they're not. It's
freedom fighters.
What was it? It's kind of like the
revolutionaries.
I forgot what they were called. It was like Grandmas Against Violence or something like that, and it was like a whole bunch of these like left wing nuts in yellow shirts up in Portland.
Left wing Karens.
Yeah, something like that. But again, it's like you literally label yourself something, so that when we talk about the violence that happens in journal, as a journalist, as you're writing it down. Okay, let's say they call themselves the peaceful grandmas, okay? And they burn down a whole bunch of freaking buildings, and they commit a whole bunch of tagging and stuff like that. And you're writing this down, and you're writing the violence as visceral as you can, and you're saying that this was done by the peaceful grandmas.
Were those people, grandmas, riding scooters of peace?
so at that point,
they're talking about things like how they're going to prevent. We're on the right side of history, and we're going to prevent violence no matter where it is.
Yes.
And,
right side of history. That's basically saying, we are your gods. You will bow to us.
I remember yesterday I was riding down the train to payroll, and somewhere in Seaport or no Santa Fe Depot after after I arrived at my destination, I see tagged on the on one side of a building, police kills or cops kill, and I'm like, I look at that word, and I know. And I'm looking at it, I'm like that. This is not recent. This
I'm
is
gonna
not
have to
fresh.
change my name to Simp FN2525, because I swear stuff like that. It's like you want to be like, you know what? I give up. It's like you people have already made up your personal opinion of what you think, and
no, what I'm saying is that when I see stuff like that, I'm like, okay, this probably was done like last year, and nobody hasn't gotten around to clean that off yet.
Yeah, they're not going to because it goes along with the message.
Well, no, like I've seen construction workers or like recreation already cutting down vines and finally chopping down vines, and as construction work getting done, I'm like, okay, eventually that's going to get painted over now finally. But I'm like, if I had to tackle that message, right, cops kill, right? I'm like, okay, let me ask you this: how many times cops have killed more than Antifa or BLM?
I would
Or at
say
least,
that's I would say that's a true statement if the felon is fleeing,
yep.
because again, you can't, if
That's
you're
again twisting the violence to fit a narrative, which
yeah.
is bad. I mean, I know we've gotten away from pop culture, but this wasn't about pop culture either. This was just
Well,
violence.
This is
it's
this is a
Yeah,
broad
yeah,
well,
general topic. We
well,
don't have
no,
to
yeah.
no. I was
necessarily
gonna
stick
say it
to
is pop
pop
culture
culture.
to the other side, if you will, whatever
Yeah.
that side is, because whatever we were, that's gone.
Hmm.
If we were,
Mhm.
say, hey, we're still of this dialectic, and I almost kind of ended up getting into this like tussle with Alois about that kind of stuff. Is that this
Mhm.
type of dialectic, it's out the window.
Mhm.
The rules have been tossed out, man. Like the book is gone. Like
Like
this is
they
what
pretty much made America
this,
an honest country at this
we're
point.
we're in. If we're talking about pop culture, we're in Scream 3 right now, and it's like,
Yep.
Scream 3, like more or less, all the rules are out. They're all out the window. Anything goes at this point. It's like you
That's
have
why I
rated
like.
Raised
R
bars,
I
for
baby.
Scream 1. I'll be right
actually, I
back.
like.
The typical black dude. The
Mhm.
unless you're a virgin, you're not going to survive it.
Well, that's the thing about Scream 3, and I think I love it so much, is that it totally deconstructed the mythos of the not just part 3 of the part of a trilogy, but
Yeah.
it gave you also a basic rundown of what true trilogies are.
Yeah.
What is a true trilogy other than going back to the beginning and not so much reveal something that you never thought was true.
Mm.
I
Mhm.
mean, what was it? Star Wars, even The Godfather, and The Lord of the Rings. They all revealed something that we thought was true, but then was later revealed to not be.
Yeah. 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 Again, I
It
hate
was not
having
a
to use
subversion. It
subversion all
wasn't
the
a sub.
time.
See, it wasn't a subversion. What it was is the truth was right in front of you, but you didn't see it. Why?
Well, it was
Because it was
cloaked.
in the periphery.
Yeah, it was cloaked in a way. And the easiest way to put it
Veil.
is it was
Mhm.
veiled. It was
Yeah.
veiled from view
Mhm.
Hmm.
because
Mhm.
the only way that Sauron could achieve anything was not necessarily out in the open. Well, it was out in the open. I mean, let's not negate the fact that you had Saruman give in to the
Mhm.
will of Sauron. With the
Hmm.
Hmm.
with
Yeah.
the ill notion, oh, there will be two people that rule. I'm like, that's not how King of the Mountain works. But
No.
Nope.
and even and in and Tolkien was definitely making commentary on that. I mean, just in reading the book, you can tell that freaking Saruman was definitely off of his like chair. It's like, dude, it's like you think you're gonna be
Tell
King of
me,
the Mountain Part
since
2.
when the great Saruman?
You think you're gonna be two tigers on one mountain. Jet Li, Jackie Chan, in terms of Forbidden Kingdom. I mean,
Right.
that only happens if it's a East Asian story. That's the only time two tigers can exist on one mountain. That is the
Yeah.
only time. It doesn't happen in Western narratives. So,
No. Well, and that's the thing about East versus West storytelling. Eastern
yeah,
storytelling deals with the internal struggles of a person.
yeah.
Western storytelling is always the external.
Well, yeah, yeah. I think Tolkien definitely, what he did was in tackling the internal, he externalized it. You had
Hmm.
the war. You had War of Middle Earth, and then prior to that, you had the fall of Numenor. Which
Yeah.
is almost like a retelling of the fall of Atlantis, which
Hmm.
is basically ancient human myth for we have gotten to the heights of technology before, and we are just asking to again experience the fall of man yet again, because quote unquote
Well, and
go to the sun.
that's supposed to be the irony is that man's grasp has always exceeded his reach.
Yeah, and I
Mhm.
mean, we're not getting too far off the reservations, chat world. I mean, what we're talking about different forms of violence. I mean,
Hmm.
it's all
And
still violence, but
it's all
but
still violence, but it is how violence is executed. And currently, as it stands right now, we're entering the socialistic term of violence. You
oh
disagree
yeah,
with me, you must be removed.
oh yeah, we're definitely there. Like I was saying before, like the
You
time of
are
no return. The time of no return. We're way past that goalpost. We are way
Hmm.
past that.
and that was the thing too. I mean, if we want to measure how it got this far, see, originally, and once again, we were talking about education.
Yeah.
College was at one point about looking at a particular topic and a diversity of ideas. Let's look at it from an economic standpoint. Let's look at it from a Marxist standpoint. Let's look at it from a capitalistic standpoint. Let's look at it from this. Now, today, they say, let's look at it just one way. Okay. And not only do we look at this one way, but let's look at it in a manner in which individuals there are
We are
where their status within the society is by how much grievances they have.
we are
yeah.
far
Yeah.
past.
No, yeah.
You try
Like,
it this way and see how far you get.
yeah.
We
Sam
are no.
put out a
We're,
new video
in fact,
today.
they already eliminated that notion, which is
I'll definitely put a list together of
I watched Jane Lindsay too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not as I used to watch him a lot. Not as much now, but I still do from time to time.
Yeah, same here. From time to time, it's like if I know what the title is, or at least just by looking at the title, I was like, okay, I'll check out this later.
Like, I
right
mean,
now, I'm still like doing some other things.
I appreciate in that, there are people still trying to kind of pull this thing apart, but I'm of the school, and Schooner just mentioned it. It's like we're way past the goalpost of being able to talk our way out of, or talk ourselves out of an argument.
Yeah.
We're past that.
Sometimes I think trial by combat needs to be a thing again.
Talk your way out of an argument today, and I don't think we're never going to truly reach socialism in this country. Not while the internet is still very prevalent now, and everybody is just tearing apart literally everybody. But
we're in the age where, yeah, at this point, like we're in an age where even one of our own, like if we look at them another way, if they're doing something that we don't like, we end up losing touch with them too.
Well, and there's a way you can talk and bring these people back. It's actually, ironically, it is how we tried to unscrew the conditioning of the Islamic extremists when we were over there.
The reason why I made that "We Need to Live Together" stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And basically,
because there was conflict within the Professor Geek group. I dare I say I have to bring it up now. Like there was confliction within the Professor Geek group, which I was like, oh no, this can't be happening. But this has always happened whenever time I'm always either in part of a group or witnessing a group doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well, and that's another thing too, is that you just got to remind them of their humanity. That's the thing. We are all, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, we're human, and
they seem to want to deny that humanity in every turn, though.
Well, they have you conditioned to deny the humanity, but you can't deny what you are, no matter how many times you try to dress it up, no matter how many times you use science.
No matter how many genders you identify as.
Yeah, still inevitable. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, you are human, and human beings are capable of not just the barbaric, but the good.
Exactly.
And which is, ironically, did you know that we actually use this on Islamic extremists? We actually showed them their humanity, and that's how we were able to gain intelligence. Now, granted, institutions and stuff like that being what they are, I mean, it led to the failure that was what happened over there. But back again, we showed them the true cruelty of their violence by giving their violence a face. I mean, I'm sorry. What we showed what the violence had done and made them look at, and even we've been made to look at it too, about the atrocities that have been committed over there in the Middle East. I mean, you see the graves, you see the endless torture, you see the children being used as child soldiers, and it's effective. Again, propaganda, but you put a face to it and you show a person behind it, your human capacity wins out. I didn't mean
most people don't like that sometimes.
No, and they know that, and that's why they want to avoid it, or
it's the reason why
shut you down, or try to look away and say, "Stop showing me this."
It's the reason why you be hard. Well, I'm saying as I say, these days you be hard pressed to run into an actual racist. Like too long we have put a face to the thing that they claim to be superior over to it and hate all the same. Like you when you show a black character in a prominent role in their leading movie,
Mm-hmm.
like say Superfly or Foxy Brown,
Mm-hmm.
or if you tell a story of Glory, which is the 54th Massachusetts, and you see that some people who are originally racist towards them start showing them camaraderie and humanity, like that's a kryptonite to a racist, an outright racist in real life. That
Mm-hmm.
when they see that, it's like now you can't. They know now that they can't do that to anyone anymore, and that scares them. Unfortunately, as
Well, and
Splinter
that
has
scares
said time
them.
and time again, now we have reversed that in to the point where we have, if there was any real racists, they figured out how to bring it back pretty much, or at least they figured out how to bring it back in a very misguided, naive attempt at social inclusion,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
to the point where they think.
They've perverted unity. They
Hmm.
basically say true unity is a true. Basically, when they say we need more diversity, if your mind does not immediately go, you need more black people, you're a racist. That's
That's
what
true.
the new word is like. What's the first color that comes to your mind when you hear diversity? If your first answer is not black, you're a racist. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Yep.
What about Asian? What about Hispanic? I mean, what was it? The one lead actor of Shang-Chi just basically came out and said that he was happy to be the first Asian the first Asian hero. And I'm just like, Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, Jet Li, and that's not even counting
You
all
know,
the
a better
others.
phrasing would have been, I'm ready to lead a new era of Chinese superhero, just like the Chinese heroes of old, like Jet Li,
Yeah,
Bruce Lee,
Bingo.
Jackie Chan.
bingo.
You know,
And they're
you
gonna
know,
and his little minions on social media are probably gonna spin it that way. They're gonna say that's actually what he meant. He meant it this way. You're just
nope,
misinterpreting it this way. No,
nope.
no, no. He said it
Well,
a
he should have said
particular
it that
way.
way if he meant it that way.
Exactly. That goes to that whole like whenever a president is
You know,
misquoted.
he's allowed to slip up like every other white actor that lets slip
And
of what they
That
said.
wasn't a
bullshit
slip
on
up.
that.
That was
I call
deliberate.
bullshit on that, and I call bullshit on that too because I'm like, if a white actor had said that, you guys would be having a field day. Okay, this is like
Hmm.
literally your best. This is like the best day of your life because you can exploit this. Okay. And don't ever think that when they hear this, they're not, oh my God, I'm horribly offended. No, they're like, oh my God, it's Disneyland.
Gonna take pollution down to zero. Gonna help him put asunder. Bad guys like to loot and plunder. Well, they
You'll
do
pay
a
for
lot.
this, Captain Planet.
Okay,
Oh
we'll
my
continue.
God,
We're the Planeteers. You can be one too, cause saving
because
our
living
planet
on our
is the
planet is
thing
the
to do.
thing to do. Looting and
Looting and
polluting
polluting
is
is
not
not
the
the
way.
way. Here,
Here,
what
what
Captain Planet
the planet has to
has
say.
to say. The power is yours. You know, it's
Ted
funny.
Turner, Ted Turner, I will never pollute again if you just promise me you will never put that show back on TV again.
You know,
I
it's
swear
funny.
to God, I'll start recycling if I ever have to hear that
A lot of
conversation.
shows of old, you know, it's easy to really fit the villains into to our socialist idiots of today these days now. Like when you are now now that we're so we're not neck deep anymore. We're just forehead deep
Yeah, we're
now.
underwater.
It's like this. It's like I'm having a hard time separating what I know now of the world from the old from the old I like to call our old media the old texts. It's like whenever time you see a villain
Hmm.
and you hear the words of the sounds like, damn, that sounds just like the freaking SJ hobos.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh
But
yeah.
what I was going to swing back to was when I was talking about that they were trying to make America an honest country again. Is that now like you pretty much recircle back to Hands of Time to a point where, you know, say if I do try to get a job, you know, you got this white person that's trying to block me in, trying to scream at somebody to get me hired, and I'm like, I didn't ask you to do that for me.
And then they'll put their hand over your mouth and say, "Shush, shush, shush, shush. I'm helping you out. It's in your best interest." I'm like, oh my fucking god! Am I not blind to this? Who elected you? I mean, if you
And
are feeling
think about it
guilty,
like this.
if you
Think about
don't like, oh,
hang on,
God, yeah, go.
think about it like this as well. Think about it like this. Imagine I didn't get that job because of that dumbass for
Yeah.
opening his damn mouth.
Yeah.
They might think I'm associated with that person just for them speaking out for me or speaking out on my behalf.
Oh, Jesus.
Think. What'd you say?
Said, oh Jesus.
Yeah.
The what is it? What do they call that? An advocate?
No,
Yeah.
no. They call those white knights.
Oh,
Right. Or like, say for instance, like somebody will come up to me. Say if I did get the job, right? Say if I
okay.
get the job and I'm espousing proudly of how I was able to get in, to really get in through my merit. Me as a, if I had to factor into my race, me as a black man, I'm
Right.
getting in the job. I brought in what they want out of an employee, or at least a a leadership position, right? And somebody comes up to me, mind you, they're white. They come up to me, oh well, you just got this because the white man opened up the door for you.
I don't
You
think
know,
anyone would ever.
Oh yeah.
huh?
I don't think. I don't think anyone would ever say that.
Oh,
I wouldn't be surprised if they did, though. I
I
wouldn't
would
be.
say it's more of, huh?
Trooper, I believe people have already said that. It's that persecute, they call it, and it is real no matter what anybody says, that it's just propaganda made up by angry alt-right people. There's people who are trapped in a victim mentality.
Yep.
That usually
Persecution
tends to be
complex.
more or less,
Persecution, yeah.
but that tends to be more or less your ideological left, if you will.
Hmm.
Well, you got to know this. It's like for nationalism, what is the extreme? The extremist of nationalism is obviously Nazism, but what was their motto of getting people to come to their side? Once we were great, now we're not, and now we have to be great again. But then the extremist socialist says, we were never great, today we will be great.
Well, I mean, that's under the fallacy that somehow conservatism would lead to what you just mentioned. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing that the left uses to keep people scared and in check.
I mean, the only reason these people were voted into Germany is because the communists had more or less ran Germany into the ground. I mean, these are, I mean, the thing with Europe, it's like you have either left or further left. You don't. I mean, a concept like what we have here is very alien, if you will, to someone from Europe. There's no such thing as conservatism. Like, I mean,
that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. Also, there was this video. I think it was Alois who sent it to us, who was talking about, the differences between left and right, and how the right is at some point or another going to be considered.
I'm voting it was Eloise.
What?
I'm voting it was Eloise.
Yeah. They were talking about how at some point or another the right wing becomes the left wing while the left becomes further left. I mean, if you look at conservatives today, like
that technically already happened in the last election, where it's no longer, it's or what I call it, it's no longer. Well, okay. So when we talk about this type of dialogue,
We're taking a break off the topic, guys. Just so you know, this is still violence.
I mean, it's all part of. I mean, it's all related. What I was going to say.
Remember, violence is politics. Politics and violence go hand in hand.
It's no longer.
Words are violence.
It's no longer the frigid church lady that's in power. Now it's the frigid English teacher that's in power. In terms of now it's the papacy of pronouns. But I mean, it's a myth to say, or rather, I should say, if conservatism doesn't conserve anything, that's a myth. Like, literally, all conservatism does is speak up for outdated liberal ideas.
Do you know what I call? No. Do you know what I call the difference between conservatives and liberals? Is that simply the liberals are
literally a letter. That's all it is. That's a difference. It's a letter on their last name. That's it.
Well, the
Mhm.
liberal is speeding down the highway, eventually going to a crash, but isn't willing to listen to anybody. The conservative drives the speed limit
Well, that's again,
because they're
believing
eventually
that there's
gonna.
such a thing as conservatism. Because I mean,
This world change. You got to know this.
I mean, they're both about violence. It's just they both go about it
Yeah,
differently. I mean, if we look in terms of wars, so like
yeah.
one only advocates for violence if it's some form of virtuous act, while the other one is like, well, let's fight them over there, so we don't have to fight them over here. And meanwhile, they're importing half of the population, like at least over 120,000 people, to literally commit the atrocities that happen there to happen here. So,
Well, and I think it's kind of hilarious too because if we historically speaking, fascism and communism killed way more people.
Yep.
oh yeah, it did. Oh yeah, it did. I mean, they still
Starvation, dehydration,
they still try to argue that somehow,
famine,
World War II, all these atrocities. No
disease.
one's negating that stuff didn't happen. I'm gonna take the Ilhan Omar stance and say, some people did some things, but but
So I start attacking, and
I mean,
that's how it happened.
there has definitely been more violent acts in global history than what people like to always take it back to World War II. I'm like, you can't beat that. You can beat the dead horse all you want, but at one point, your point is moot because
Hmm.
you know whatever point you're trying to convey, you've gone so far in overusing it, it becomes a trope, and at that point, you no longer care. It's sort of like what uh, these companies do with their IPs, in that you'll notice the type of in terms of quote unquote violence in terms of the sequel trilogy, there was
I was
hardly
about to
any.
ask you about that.
There was hardly any, and when it was more or less violence towards the individual. It wasn't, quote unquote, fighting the empire. It was more on an individual's level. If we look at Finn versus Phasma, if we look at, the assassination of Han Solo at the hands of quote unquote his own son, so you didn't have these overarching political intrigues like you did with the other films, because the others were Lucasfilms. They were meant to be political commentary. So
Yeah, what I
Had a
like
whole
about
box set with the whole each trilogy together. And I was
like,
like,
I don't know how much
yeah.
violence you can cut out in terms of violence. Violence is violence, but apparently they found a way to cut out more, as much violence as they possibly could. To there's the ghost or the spook of the First Order, even though we don't know how big it is. Like okay,
uh, and, that, and that was the whole problem is that it wasn't Star Wars. It was just nihilism taking the form of
Well,
Star
piggybacking off
Yeah.
of what Trooper is saying, it's like they just like the escalation was so flip floppy. It at one point you see the heroes winning, but another point they're now are in dire straits again, and I'm like, this is starting to get repetitive. Like how is the First Order command this many resources? Like they're like if anything, if there's a reason why the Empire was still able to attack Hoth in Empire Strikes Back. Like despite them having the ultimate super weapon, which was the Death Star, and
Hmm.
I'm using that term was, which is
yeah,
Luke Skywalker took it out. That don't mean shit compared to what they still had on hand. In other words, what I'm saying is when it came down to the Empire, they they were the majority superpower of the time. When
hmm
when the Death Star was being constructed, they still had an armada. They still had an army at that
Right.
time. Like if you look
Wars.
at the ending of Revenge of the Sith, which is each scene that was shown, right?
Mm-hmm.
The the Republic army that was now become the Galactic Empire was still there because the separatists were wiped out. Their leadership was wiped out.
Yeah.
Their remaining army was disabled.
Hmm.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly.
that's like say what again, say what you will about George, okay? and the prequel trilogy. He did set up. He did. Let's just say this. He managed the resources really well in the prequel trilogy. Like you already seen both sides are wearing thin or wearing out, but at the end of the day, Sidious concocted a plan to where he still stays on the top, and he still had Armada be backing him, and now he has a super weapon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah.
Clone Wars,
Mm-hmm.
in Clone Wars, the TV series before Disney made season 7,
Hey,
showed how the
But
the
war.
more,
longest part of season 7 was the last 3 episodes.
but more to my point was in the sequel trilogy, there's never an established way of conveying the resources spent.
Mhm.
Like
Well,
Right.
it was easy. It was
there's
easy
no
for
way.
Lucas
Yeah.
Really,
Well,
why
the
are
thing
they
is,
even called the First Order when they're not the first of anything?
because they never bothered to tell you why they were called the First Order. And Claudia
And
Gray
not only that,
attempts to
and not
answer
only
that in her
and not
trash
only
novels, her trash teen fanfic novels,
Yeah.
but she never really establishes the extent or the might of the First Order. It's almost like you're trying to shield the reader and the audience from some boogeyman, if you will.
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no. See, what it is that they don't have to explain the First Order because it's basically Diet Empire, and the
Well,
reason
that's,
why they called it the
again, more to
First
my point of
Order.
what I was trying to make was they really have like it's clearly written by people who don't understand war, or at least how to fight a
Yeah.
war or how wars
Well,
are fought.
Right.
It really reeks of how somebody has never been in the military
Right.
or never even interviewed the military or even researched the military
Ye-
might. That's why
Well,
you hardly see any chain of command in the First Order or even in the Resistance
well, what I was
because
going to say,
mm,
to add to your point, it ends up being almost inoffensive form of violence because they can't offend anybody who's sitting in those seats watching this film.
Inoffensive form of violence. I love it because it's literally violence, but
Yeah,
watered down.
yeah.
Similarly watered down.
I
they
Oh,
gotta,
yeah.
found a
write
way
that
to
down.
make clean war.
Yeah, I gotta write that down. Inoffensive violence.
Which is an
They found a way
oxymoron
to make
because
clean
violence
war.
is
No
going to be
war is
offensive no
clean.
matter what.
I'm just wondering how there's inoffensive violence. And there are ways you can get around that too. I get it. You have men fighting men and women fighting other men and women because we have to be gender specific now in fighting.
Right.
But
Yeah.
George Lucas found a loophole behind that for violence is that they're a clone army and these are battle droids. So they're not really individuals, but the clones are just a more quote unquote organic form of.
Until Dave Filoni gave them faces and
Well,
voices.
it was a way to convey the fact that it was more or less an intergalactic technocracy. And if you think about it, it's one of these
Hey,
things
final.
where eventually,
Hey, long time no see, buddy.
Hey there.
Be right back.
Okay.
Eh.
I was going to say it's another way of conveying the fact that once a particular separatist body becomes so, I don't want to say scarce and I don't want to say bloated, but I could
Right.
even say there's like a nihilism there where you, in the form of inoffensive violence, is you almost unperson the warrior. You dehumanize them to the point where you no longer even require warriors. You just use machines to do the job. So
Well, and it's also given us very robotic characters and great actors portraying these robotic characters. I mean, it's like trying to watch Will Smith save Suicide Squad. These are just
They're
very
like soldiers
hollow.
following orders.
Yeah, these are very hollowed characters, and that's the problem. There's no soul. There's just emptiness, and they think, oh well, and they think that's okay. We could
You think it was a reflection of something there, eh, Schooner?
exactly. There's just no semblance here. There's no soul and no heart to it. It's just a shell.
Kind of like the authors themselves.
Basically, yeah. God, what were you saying, Trooper?
that's pretty much what my point was. Once you dehumanize the warriors, you dehumanize the war. It's
Mhm.
what is it that you're fighting for? And if you're a kid, you get lost in the weeds because it's robots fighting people.
Yeah,
So
Yeah.
Let me
but
ask you
even
guys this:
yeah,
which
sure.
battle did you prefer? Either the battle on Scarif or the battle on Red Salt Planet?
Oh, the Battle of Scarif.
Yes, Scarif.
I mean, in terms of
Because
Disney
it's
Now,
Star
more
Wars,
reality
now,
or
based.
next
like in
question.
Star Wars in general.
No, Disney Star Wars. Just
Um,
we all know what we're gonna
Honestly,
say about the
I hate to
prequel
say
original
it. I hate
trilogy.
to say it. I kind of almost have to agree. It does end up coming back to Rogue One. It at no one point is there anything of any particular interest in Force Awakens, Last Jedi, or Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of
Um,
Skyfaker.
Right.
it's one of those things where, unfortunately, their first Star Wars film was really the only good Star Wars film they were to put out. So,
Mm.
I'm saying like no. Next question will be: tell me why you like the Battle of Scarif more so than any of the sequel trilogies of Displays of War.
well, I'll tell you, it's not like I actually liked being on a tropical planet. I didn't need to see that, but I
Wait,
get
is the
the
Battle of
idea that,
Scarif
of course,
from
there's
Rogue
more than
One?
just one
Yeah, the Battle of Scarif is
type.
Rogue One.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. There's more than say like one type of temper. There's different types of planets. There's temperate, planets. There's frigid planets.
Hmm.
There's warm planets,
Hmm.
etc. Not that I cared for the imagery of the apocalypse. Now, we're in some tropical jungle world. Blah 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 blah. It was more of it was able to at least convey the
Mhm.
power or the might, or at least the immense uh, reach or grasp that the empire had. So again,
In its
another
heyday.
Mhm.
another huge set piece where you see the immensity. Now, I thought it was a little. I thought it was a little hyperbolic to have a force shield around an entire planet because that had never been done before. But sure, whatever. I'll go. I'll play along with Disney.
Well,
Yeah,
actually, it did. Yeah, exactly. A force shield around a whole planet. Yeah, okay. I get
that's
it. If it gets,
stretching.
if that's
It's like
that's
Tony
big,
Stark wasn't able to do it with Ultron. What makes you think Star Wars will be able to do it with a magnetic field? Like,
Only
yeah, but
only anime can pull that shit off.
yeah,
Yeah.
but that's the thing about Star Wars is that you can make the argument that it's an imperial run planet. The empire controls that. It's where all of the safety. It's basically where all of their secrets are. So
right.
yeah, it's going to have high security and a shield around the planet. Fine if it means for just something an obstacle for our characters to get through.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree. I mean, that was my one main. If I had to like pick out it
Suspension of disbelief is ticking.
in terms of being
Yeah.
a Star Wars fan, was the whole force shield around the planet. I'm like, I mean, you mean to tell me an entire planet is surrounded by a force shield that I can't see, and it's got one little keyhole that
It,
only certain,
it's
only
got the
certain
same
ships can
security
go
as
through.
Planet Dridia.
Yeah,
But
I was
exactly.
thinking exactly that!
God,
I
you're
will
right.
say,
Oh my God.
well, again, all their ideas are unoriginal, and I was going to get to that. But what I was going to say, the one thing they actually I thought that they did moderately well and was kind of a visual cornucopia to see was literally watching the takedown of a Star Destroyer actually being used to kind of punch through that opening. That I
Hmm.
thought was
Mhm.
well done.
Well,
That I thought was well
Yeah.
done.
here's
They
what I
deep
thought.
they decapped a fucking Star Destroyer.
But
Yeah.
again, there's no gravity in space, so you have to think of, okay, it was the momentum, and again,
Well,
mass still is mass even if it's weightless. So
Hmm.
Right.
can I also say this? That the rebel ship used was named after a car. Call
Right.
up a Hammerhead Corvette. They called it a Corvette. Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm pretty sure they did the same with Cloud City's ships. I think those are supposed to be those red ships. I think
Yeah.
they're
Oh yeah.
supposed to be like something of the equivalent of a common vehicle.
Mhm.
hmm
So
Um,
I'm willing to allow that because they name some crazy shit in the original trilogy too.
I'm gonna say this too. You want to know why I like the Battle of Scarif so much? It's because the soldiers and the people fighting are very much they feel real and are more real than the actual main characters. I mean, do you know that the most
Wow!
personality of the
Who'd have
That
thunk
is,
it?
I know, but
Pretty much.
the only character who had a personality and distinction in Star Wars Rogue One is a frickin' droid.
K2SO.
Yes, K2SO, voiced by Walsh
K2,
from
yeah,
Alan
yeah.
Tudyk.
I like K2.
Yeah,
Tudyk.
K2. K2 was awesome too. I especially love that scene where he's telling the stormtroopers, "Rebels, they're over there," and then his transmission comes in. He goes, "Okie dokie." He picks up a stormtrooper and just starts beating up other stormtroopers with a stormtrooper. Come on, that's amazing.
Well,
Yeah.
it
That's
tells
some
you
state
that
of emergency shit right there, man.
it tells
Yeah.
you that Disney can write droids.
Yeah,
I mean, they know how to
I
make
mean,
money. I mean, they've been making money for decades. Well,
not
almost.
so withstanding.
I mean, we're going into a century of story writing with Disney. In terms of these franchises and stuff like that. So they know how to make money. It's just they've made so much money over time now. They can pretty much tell the stories they want to tell, and that's where everybody gets lost in the weeds of I don't know when this all took place, and it's like, well, they have the money to kind of do what they want now, and now they're in a
Yep.
social climate where it's acceptable to have this type of socialist or communist rhetoric out in popular culture to quote unquote be counterculture. It's like, no, you're actually mainstream now, and mainstream is literally to censor social consensus. So
well, I mean, that's the problem too, is that they're comfortable in their chairs of power, that they think that they are above or beyond reproach, and therefore they're not afraid.
yeah,
And
it's
therefore they're not afraid.
Let's
It's
see
the absence of fear.
oh yeah, because now they're in now we're at this late stage where you can't quote unquote criticize the king because we're getting ready to do that Order 66 flip. Most people, now that we're talking about
Pride
violence,
goeth
that was the
before
one thing I did
fall.
want to bring up was Order 66. I mean, I
Mhm.
want
It's always, that's the thing with Western civilization. Again, I don't know if it really will go down as dark as everybody says it will. It's just going to adapt and change.
Before you bring up Order
can call it.
66,
I mean, you can call it adapt and change, but at the very end of the day, poverty is still
Trooper, before
poverty.
you bring up Order 66, let me ask you guys this. When y'all heard the AT-AT walk sound, what reaction did you get?
Um,
In Rogue One.
Mm-hmm. Like the moment you hear the because you know they have a very distinctive sound, right?
Oh yeah, they do. Just nostalgia.
For me, it was like the moment I heard that, I said,
It's
"Oh
like you know what it is.
shit!"
It's like you know what it is because you've
You
heard it.
recognize, you instantly recognize that sound. Like again, they were already brought up in the freaking trailers, the teaser and the trailers. You knew they were gonna arrive though, but like the moment, like you almost like in that moment when the chaos was happening, I instantly forgot that the ads was gonna come up at some point.
mhm.
But then again, we were also hit with with the news that they did some rewrites to the movie. So like,
Yep.
so
Well,
I
it's
guess
funny
if
because you could
anybody,
actually see the original version in the first trailer. There was a sequence where they were going to actually have to run from the records building over to the transmission satellite, but they changed it.
hmm
Because if you watch the first trailer, you see Jin running with what's his name?
Canderous,
Yeah,
not
Canderous and
Canderous, not Canderous. Starts with a C, but whatever.
Yeah.
Call him Can.
yeah, Can. It was literally the entire cast in a running scene where
Cassian.
Cassian. Thank you, Cassian. It was
Only
literally
because there was another character in John Wick named Cassian.
it was the entire hero cast, very Avenger style, which I thought would have been really awesome. It shows all of them literally running towards the at walkers, and I thought that was so awesome, and I hated the fact that we didn't get it.
That probably would have been how they ended, how they both died, or at least that's probably how they were going to end the movie right there. I mean, I would have loved to see that as the proper ending, where you just see the final shot, which is them just running towards the AT-AT, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you see that blast just hit the screen and just
Hit the
cut to
camera.
black.
Yep, and it jumps right into the end credits of dun dun. But
Because
again,
we don't need to
That
know what
honestly
happened.
wouldn't be as much impactful as it actually went out. To be honest,
Not to
Well,
you. That
not
wouldn't work for you.
not really.
Hmm.
Not really,
You'd be
because
like, what? Wait. What's the rest? Where the rest? Right?
it would. That's exactly what it would have done. It would have shown, wait, where's the rest? And it would have cemented what Star Wars was. That by running towards the AT-ATs, they had cemented themselves in legend and stories.
well, yeah.
Like, well, I'll get. Okay, so context would need more. So I'll give you more context of how I would have written it. Of course, they've already completed their mission. They sent the message. They sent the records. We didn't. We went. Yes,
You don't even,
yes, we'll be
you don't even,
depriving the viewers of the gratuitous Darth Vader scene. And
yeah.
yes, but like I said, like like the story is not about Darth Vader.
No.
It's about It's about the group called Rogue One. So
And
of course
not only
I'm not
that,
gonna.
you didn't, and not only that, they would basically say, "Well, wait, where's the end of it? Where's the rest of it?" You say, "Well, you have to watch Star Wars: A New Hope." Because Darth Vader
Mm,
actually says to Princess Leia, "You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed to this ship by rebel spies. I want to know what happened to the plans they sent you." So you already know what happened. They made it, and they made it, and they were able to send the transmission.
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a thought. Take her away.
Exactly. Or as
does that help Final Fantasy?
Yeah.
well, and that's another thing too. It's like I think they were trying to shoehorn Rogue. That was the problem I had with Rogue One. They were trying to shoehorn a lot of A New Hope into it. I mean,
Mhm.
we got to the point where it got kind of like you were saying earlier, Wolf, gratuitous.
Basically, nostalgia baity as well.
Reason why I don't own any media of Rogue One. It's
Yeah.
like as much as I enjoy it, I'm not having that in my Star Wars collection. The original trilogy will be my only collection right then and there. That and '03 Clone Wars.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, the '03 Clone Wars, man. Oh, talk about amazing.
Yeah.
Which, speaking of trilogy, I have the complete John Wick trilogy, which is as I said in the realism in art form. There I said John Wick is violence in art form too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I've heard good
Same
things
thing
about
with
John Wick.
Same thing with any other wuxia film that had violence in it. Which I defy you to find. I defy you to find a wuxia film that doesn't have violence.
There ain't one that exists.
Nope.
But yeah, like any wuxia film with violence, that's violence in art form too. Even the raid. The lang-
Mm-hmm.
in other words, they're basically conveying the language of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, this thing is so cute, but I can't show you guys because it's nudity.
Huh.
You can send it in the private chat.
I don't care.
All right.
Fine, you indulged me.
All right. You see, I know him
I
too
am
well.
not gonna bother to check.
I
What
hear
happened?
that.
I'll be the brave one and do it. All right. Let me have a look at it. Let's see. Oh,
You know,
I love a good peep.
Speaking of the language
Oh,
of
I love a
violence,
good peep show. Oh my God, Wolf, you sick bastard!
Holy shit.
that's why I never wanted to go there. That's exactly why.
You were the smart one among us. Proof that curiosity killed the cat.
Do not, under any circumstances, do not lose my number now. Don't even invite me back on here.
Oh man.
Here's a palate cleanse.
Oh, oh God! What the hell?
Yep, this is what you get.
I warned y'all.
I
You can't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah.
I said I want to show us, but this is nudity. I just said it was nudity.
Final Fantasy is now. We have now lost Final Fantasy, but I hope that gave everybody a good laugh.
Wait, say what now?
I'm saying
He's
we've
still
lost.
here.
No, I'm saying we've lost Final Fantasy to the laughter, but there's your laugh for the evening. Okay, so what?
Alright.
Yeah,
originally
you were gonna say something.
oh yeah. Um, I was
The
about to
language
talk
of
about
violence.
on the language of violence. Um, there was actually particularly like one game series in particular. Are you guys in any shape or form familiar with the game Samurai Showdown?
Yeah,
I've heard of it. Yeah.
fighting
Yeah, I've
game.
heard of it too.
Um, because recently I had just been watching an advertorial video. I forgot what the name of the channel was, but it's basically on how it displays its violence, not only just from the violence, but also the most um I believe the most Buddhist violence of out of Buddhism, because that is basically the whole thing of the samurai, and because the whole
Mm.
point of the samurai is to embrace death.
I mean, I'm sorry. Did you say Buddhism or Bushido?
Buddhism, I believe,
Oh, okay.
or
Oh,
maybe it is Bushido.
okay.
Yeah,
But
if you're talking about embrace death, that will have to be Bushido.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah,
It's like
Yeah. All right.
because
it's like either your opponent kills you or you kill yourself by a
Because
seppuku.
Buddhism is very pacifistic when it
oh
Mm-hmm.
comes down to philosophies. Now
yeah,
now
Right.
Bushido is more of the warrior code. They're
Mm-hmm.
the samurai's warrior code.
Right.
yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
they'll be ready to die at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Yep.
To
That's
die,
where
Many
the
and
samurai
seppuku
games,
comes into
they even
play.
tried like many samurai games in the past. They even tried to do the like one hit, one kill thing, as if in many samurai movies, where it's always killed within one slash.
Bushido Blade is one of them.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
and and then compare this to what NetherRealm Studios was doing with Mortal Kombat since 2011,
Oh
where
yeah.
they just basically make a spectacle out of any fatalities. Even more so, it's been over bloated with this since Mortal Kombat 11. I've
It's
been trying
become
to
a
get in.
satire at this point with the
Yeah,
fatalities.
Oh
yeah,
I
yeah.
know that's where the hilarity. That's where hilarity, I think, ensues.
yeah, because the fatalities there, they don't even display any character, not even any of the friendships in Mortal Kombat 11, since a lot of the cast act like children.
Yeah.
And I've
Probably
been
Hmm.
because
trying to
that's how
get
the
into
authors
some of the
see us.
older, yeah, I've been trying to get into some of the older Mortal Kombat games because they've actually established a lot more lore. Like, though, to be honest, the first three Mortal Kombat games that were released on arcades really do not play
Call it the
well.
Midway era.
Yeah, the Midway era Mortal Kombat games, specifically with Mortal Kombat's 1 through 3, they did not play as well. But
Hmm.
Mortal Kombat in the 3D era, since Deadly Alliance, Deception, and Armageddon, they actually provided a lot of story because Tobias, what's his name?
John
Tobias Boone,
Tobias.
John Tobias,
John
yeah.
Tobias,
He
and
actually
Ed
wanted,
Boone.
yeah, they actually wanted lore into Mortal Kombat, which is why we had the Malibu comics for Mortal Kombat 2
They had
first
lore
one.
in their stories though. Like
Yeah, like the
if
prequel
you
comics. They actually
No, what's
made the
funny is
indie
that
comics.
the lore came from their character bios
mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of the arcade
the
game.
Malibu comics were just
You can even read
basically
them in the
a
manuals
prologue
too.
to the
Yeah,
game.
you could.
Like the MK1 Malibu comic was the setup to the first Mortal Kombat tournament. Mortal
Yep.
Kombat 2 was the invasion of Outworld. And then we go straight into Mortal Kombat 2, then immediately Mortal Kombat 3.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Data Alliance was just a whole different ballpark of storytelling happening
Yeah, so much so with the
where
shocking moment in the entirety of games with the hero in Mortal Kombat immediately getting killed
Liu
right off
Kang
bat.
is dead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only then to just be resurrected by Raiden as a zombie after becoming Dark Raiden, who goes for really extreme measures.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But
That was to
then,
shake up the status quo, basically.
yeah. And now comparing with the lore in the reboot, they're just basically working everything from DC Comics into Mortal Kombat. Yes, I am aware Mortal Kombat versus DC is a thing,
Hmm.
but and a lot of people like to say that it's canon because that's considered Mortal Kombat 8. despite that it's not because Liu Kang was dead.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, it just shows
I'd
that
rather
people
stick
don't know
with
how
the
to think
midway
about this
timeline.
stuff.
Yeah, fans kind of obsess over the littlest of things, let's be for real.
Force Snake even talked about the lore and how they've how NetherRealm's jacked it up so badly.
Yeah, because
He's
they're really inconsistent with it. Because, like, take a look at Injustice, where in the first comic, Scarecrow was killed by the Joker and he stole his toxin. And then going into Injustice 2, Scarecrow's back. What?
mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then in
Yeah, that's
MK11,
why.
Jax goes and creates Wakanda.
Yeah,
Wow, yeah,
this is
that was
why
so stupid.
this is why the first Injustice game was good, and why the comic book, at least chronicling the 5 years of the reign of Superman, was amazing.
You can like that all you want.
I
I'm
do.
not for it.
Oh,
Still not a big fan of how
I'm
they
for
actually
it
just
because
turned it out with the first Injustice. Like, I just still
Good
would have
game
liked.
mechanics, storytelling was terrible.
Yeah.
I
They
liked
know
the
how to
story
make
because
good
it was.
mechanics with their games because of their combos. It's just the only thing that sucks out of their gameplay is the animation because they failed to convey character. Like
Mm-hmm.
in Mortal Kombat X, Scorpion's pose is just like the first Mortal Kombat, except
Mhm.
he just sways back and forth, and yet his arm is just like tucked in instead of just like raising it straight up, like a scorpion raising its tail. And yet, the
Mhm.
only characters that actually ever convey character are the guest characters. Like Jason, he actually stays very still and he moves unsettling because Jason Voorhees is obviously a monster. But yet, even Leatherface is completely off character because he just stands still. And yet, Kotal Khan, compare this to Kotal Khan, he even sways back and forth despite he's the new ruler of Outworld after Shao Kahn was killed. And yet, suddenly, a legitimate psycho murderer suddenly holds better posture than a new ruler in Outworld. What sense
Right?
does this even make?
It doesn't.
And yet, not even only that, even the way they fight, they look like drunk slaps. Cause
Right?
like, cause like, in terms of making fighting games, you always have to have key frames and key poses. Again, Abatorial Productions has even talked about this when talking about NetherRealm's games, specifically with Mortal Kombat X, Injustice 2, and then finally Mortal Kombat 11.
Who talked about this?
Abatorial Productions, I believe that's the name. But
Mm.
he's pretty much like known for having a lot of animation, basically studying the animation of specific games.
Wait, was his
And he
real name
has
something like Dan Root or something? Or am I thinking?
maybe,
I must be thinking of a different guy.
yeah. Um, so where in terms of how you basically fight, it's not just your limbs that make the force. It's you move the core of your weight in order to make the hit actually hit. And
Think
yet
What?
these
midway
things
back
pick up
then,
and move your
even with the
feet.
sprites.
Yes.
Like even
That's
though
like
that's some of the kicks are just them just like sitting on the platform to perform those kicks to get animated into those kicks, you can still see the force and weight of that. Think of the way how they do the elbows and then the punches, like their bodies are swaying.
Yes.
mm,
They just sway back and forth like they just either they're just drunk or they just ate a burrito and then they have to take a crap really badly.
mhm.
That and if you do like the quick jabs, like some characters just don't move. They just move an arm just like they're tapping you at
Like arm
times.
punches.
Yes. In fact, and yet they even rely so much on motion cap, and yet so much so the actors are strained. I mean, like take a look at what they did with Darkseid in Injustice 2. He always has his arms behind his back, and yet he doesn't even hit. He just tries either posturing or just attacking at the same time, when really, if you're attacking, then hit. If you're posturing, then posture. Do not try both at once.
Yeah, he's like he's it's like he's flicking you away.
Yes.
and his quick jabs. He's flicking you away. But then when you have him do certain things like those omega punches that he does, that's where he finally does something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. Let's just say that it's freaking weird. I noticed that too. Found when every time I play Dark Side, I'm a Dark Side main on Justice 2, but I'm noticing what you're saying. It's like
Mm-hmm.
yeah. There is some truth to what he's saying.
Even like with real boxing, they tell you that you don't just throw a punch with your arms, you also use your back and your hips.
Exactly. You move the core of your weight in order for you to hit. And yes, and like I said earlier, this means pick up and move your feet.
Yep,
Hmm.
footwork. That's why boxers do jump rope.
Yeah, especially if Jeet Kune Do characters are light on their feet.
Well, any kind
Hate
of
to say it,
martial
but
artist.
Daily Alliance had that down pack. I mean, it's not the best game, but it was the better handled game. Like there was some force and there was some impact to those hits. Where it seems like over time, when you're looking at the Mortal Kombat franchise through NetherRealms, it's starting to slowly get sanitized. Like it's starting to look so fake and stale, especially
Yeah,
when
and
with their
fans are just
design
starting to
choices.
realize this with Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath. Just look at what they did with Sindel.
Oh goodness, don't even get me started on
Yeah.
Sindel.
I know. But, like, I know, like I said, I've been wanting to get into some of the older Mortal Kombat games because of
You
their own
should,
story. Yes.
Yeah.
And yet, I've heard of how
especially
Sindel.
four, because four has hilarious dialogue.
That's
Yeah, as
hilarious
much as I am
memes too.
aware.
Remember Jarek?
Oh, yes.
Nope, wrong guy. It's the one who goes, I'm so gay!
That
When he
too.
falls off the cliff.
Oh, oh, wait, I
Mm,
was
mm,
thinking
mm,
Ray.
mm, mm,
Oh, I
mm,
was
mm,
thinking
mm, mm,
Reiko.
mm, mm. Outstanding.
Yeah, I was thinking Reiko, which honestly would have been a better character to bring in Mortal Kombat X than freaking Kotal Khan. Because, think about it. When you look at his Mortal Kombat 4 ending, he goes up to Shao Kahn's throne, and yet Shao Kahn's helmet comes on top of him. And yet, when you actually look him up on the fandom wiki page, he actually wanted to be the ruler of Outworld. Like, he almost like, as if he were like Shao Kahn's admirer.
Mm-hmm.
He at least would have
Right.
been a lot better than just freaking Kotal Khan, who really kind of looks like Ogre from Tekken. Yeah,
Tekken.
yeah,
That's the reason. Yeah, I was like, wow, they are really hurting for character designs, aren't they?
yeah. Because like
For them to really just
the new
use.
characters in NetherRealms games are just very fan fiction levels of just predictable to the point where it either just gets so dull so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, say what you will of Lee May's design in Dead Alliance. I mean, well, actually, no. Say nothing of Lee May's design in Dead Alliance. It's striking. It's recognizable. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like when you get to say Ferritor looks like a combination of freaking Drama and Moloch. If Drama was a little preteen little girl that spouts nonsense,
Mm-hmm.
and Tor was just a very dumber version of Moloch.
Mm-hmm.
Like Moloch is a force to be reckoned with, definitely, especially when you find him dead alive. He was a bane of my existence throughout that game. So I learned how to cheese his ass. And
He
then,
looks like a monster that looks like it belongs in Outlast. Just from how he has a bag
Tor.
yeah, Tor. He has like a bag completely covering his face, and yet he only has like a single hole in the bag that's just picking out one eye, and yet it's even completely bloodshot. He looks like, yeah, he almost looks like it's just a monster from a horror game. Which, yeah, to be fair, Mortal Kombat is known for having a lot of monsters that look very horrific,
Hmm.
but even so much so where they have a lot of Oni.
It's like this is NetherRealm's idea of creating new characters. A freaking crazy child that's riding on top of a beast. What's their story? How does she get like that?
It's
How
either
does she
they're
come to know
just
Tor?
it's either just they're just absent or a jobber, which is why a lot of the fights in the stories are just filler based.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not take into account the kids. Jackie, Cassie, Takeda,
Hmm.
you know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like they're almost discount everything
Yeah, they're
at
just
this
basically
point.
knockoffs of their own parents. Like Cassie Cage, despite that she looks a lot like a younger Sonya, she just takes a lot of marks from Johnny Cage.
Yeah, there's no in between on that front. Like there's no her firing a purple blast
Hmm.
or doing a Sonya esque leg move.
Hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, it's
She
like
even
they were
carries
trying.
her powers as Johnny Cage as well.
They basically tokenized Johnny Cage.
Yep.
No, they didn't tokenize Johnny Cage. They
Oh yeah.
pretty much
They're just like making. They say they're making Mortal Kombat when really they're just making Special Forces because
they
that's what
s-
they're solely reliant on.
well they first of all they sanitized Johnny Cage a bit,
Hmm.
but they also did some damage to Sonya as well, being an um absent-minded mother with this. You okay there, Brian? Or anybody?
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
good.
alright. I just
No, no.
muted my mic because I was coughing.
Oh, okay. Kong Jin, that motherfucker from that live action movie.
Um. Oh no, that's Kung Lao's cousin in Mortal Kombat X. Only
Oh,
then just to
right.
be only
Okay.
then in Mortal Kombat 11 just to be retconned as his nephew for whatever reason.
Oh,
Oh,
that's another problem
brother.
with the fucking nether rounds, the fucking retcons. Or rather, this is what they come to rely upon modern writers, retconning things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
they
but they
retcon
say
things so they don't have to do their homework but be lazy and say, well, I'm retconning it so I can remake the lore into the image I want it to be.
yeah, and so much
There's a
so it
reason why a
changes.
retcon has to be necessary
Oh, yeah.
to streamline.
Hmm.
But
Yep.
they're retcon just to say that, oh, I didn't say that. Oh, I didn't write that.
It's a get
Yeah,
out
and
of
so
jail
much
free
so
card with
it
these
changes the
bums.
entire plot of Mortal Kombat
Thank you, Brian.
entirely. And it's just so much so they even change when they get to the next Mortal Kombat game, they say they want to fight the one being, which spoilers, you can't, because he's literally a warning that it's literally going to be the end of the world in Mortal Kombat. Because, I mean, how are you even supposed to fight an entity where his essence was used by the Elder Gods to create the worlds?
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
Exactly.
where would
The
you even
realms.
fight it? That's why Onaga's motivation in Mortal Kombat Deception was a big deal. And that is
And
very
they ain't
much,
even brought his ass in yet.
yeah, like, why not just, like, bring him in?
Instead they brought in female empowerment in 11 with Krona. Is that her name?
Kronika, yeah. It's
Yeah,
Kronika.
and that's also the same thing with a retcon, too. They basically say, yeah, you know all those characters that you thought were great? Turns out they're not great. They're all just a-holes.
The male characters you're talking about, or which characters?
Now, I'm just talking about the retcon, whenever they're retconning anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They basically say that all of these characters, they're not great. Oh, and if they are so great, well, behind them is turns out, a woman, which is fine. I mean, behind every great man is a woman, but,
Even the
you know,
female characters can just be so shallow.
I know.
Like, look at Shiva,
I
where
want to go ahead and do a talking Mortal Kombat stream one of these days, or a talking video game in general.
oh yeah, I would basically be completely on board with that.
In fact, I would love to revise the revitalize the video game movie stream that started this whole series.
Hmm.
Oh,
Where I talked there's a stream that I did where I talked about video game movies when that was when the announcement to Monster Hunter, the live action Monster Hunter came out,
Yeah.
and I was pissed when I
Oh
saw
yeah.
yeah.
it.
I immediately knew that it
I
was.
didn't see the movie, I saw the trailer. I was pissed.
Yeah, just by the trailer alone, I knew it was just gonna be so boring, especially since it's directed has both Paul W.S. Anderson
And
and
his
Mila
wife.
Jovovich. I mean,
Oh, I
Which
agree.
they're
credit
Mila
look, I'm gonna
Jovovich
give
is a
credit to
great
credit
actress,
due.
don't get me wrong, but the problem whenever she's with her husband, he often more often than not, just makes it to just glorify his wife as if the entire and just make the pre-existing characters from the game that he's directing, which is already Capcom, just make them look stupid.
Or weak by comparison.
Yes.
Yep.
Just look at what they did in Resident Evil with Chris Redfield and Albert Wesker.
Oh, and even Jill in the second movie too.
Yes, it was literally freaking everyone in Resident Evil, but yet they're just all just like dumbed down just to make way for Alice.
Yeah, see, the characters everyone wants to see are the ones that get made to look like idiots.
Later.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. Well, I'll give this to him though. At least he's only got eyes on his wife.
I'll do it later.
Not mad at me.
Good grief.
You're telling me.
Yep.
But it's in the good like this.
You want a good you want a good adaptation of you want a good adaptation of a video game movie was, I'm gonna say it, Castlevania.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some of the changes I'm willing to overlook. Like I said, a lot of people didn't like the changes per se, but I'm willing to overlook some of them because they were not done within the mind of insulting the fans either. Like
Right.
I think what I liked about Castlevania too is that was also another show that utilized violence very well.
yeah, when you get down to it, the vampires and all the night creatures scenes were really well done, especially the scene where the night creature is carrying off a baby and
Yeah. Yeah,
really conveying how senseless the violence is in that world.
Mm-hmm.
Like even children are not, they're not
Yep.
they're not spared. Is what I'm saying. Even before you even got the baby scene, like a kid gets blown to bits.
the sheer brutality of the beginning, but I like the fact what they did is first thing they did is they show us one, Dracula, two, Dracula's motivation.
I know Melissa Harris hates that show, but whatever. She keeps calling him a soy boy. I'm like, no, he's not.
No, he's not. He's what I like about him is that he's angry and he's pissed off. In the first season, but the second season you just see how shallow and empty he all is.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a husk now. He's no longer angry.
And I think that's where people really hate that. Like they really want to see the Dracula they fought in the games.
Yeah, and in terms of but that's the thing. Okay, if you want to make a successful property based off of a video game, you gotta learn to. Much like with Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie, is that you
took some liberties.
You got to take some creative liberties because video games are made with players in mind, and not everybody plays the game similarly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why a lot of video game movies kind of fail more often than not.
Yeah. I mean, what they're trying to do with these video game movies is that they're trying to let's show the video game in live action. I mean, remember the movie Doom when there's that whole sequence where it's supposed to be him shooting and it's supposed to be like Doom the game. But what Castlevania did that was either smart or it is smart. It's intelligent storytelling. It doesn't sugarcoat it and it trusts its audience. And it decided to follow the bare bones of the third Castlevania video game, but makes Trevor, Alucard, Sypha, all of them characters first.
Well, here's another thing. A lot of, if anybody really think that where am I going with this? I'm getting hungry. Yeah, what I was gonna say was in season two, it's ultimately the heroes that won the day. Like if you really think that Carmilla was the one that defeated Dracula, no, she just weakened him even further. Like he was already weakened already, but
Mhm.
she pretty much weakened him in forces.
Hmm.
Right.
Um, ultimately, it was still the heroes that defeated him.
Yeah.
Sypha, Alucard, and Trevor. Like yes, it was by hand of Alucard that put the stake to his heart.
Hmm. I think though what I love about the scene, everybody like, yeah, I agree. No, Carmella did not win the day, and quite frankly, Dracula, when he is addressing the court, or even one of the standout characters, Godbrand, which I love. I loved
Hmm.
Godbrand. Um, is that whenever he's talking to them, that's Dracula being Dracula. But when he's alone, he's kind of just somber and depressed and stuff like that. So when Carmella steals his forces, destroys his forces, and plans to take his castle, Dracula's like going, "He's not going to take my castle."
I
He's
mean,
like, and
quite off
not only
topic on
that,
oh, sorry, Schooner. Um,
oh,
quite off topic on the Castlevania anime, but still on the topic of Castlevania. Ain't that how Dracula always has been, according to all the Castlevania games? Because when you go back to at least any of the Castlevania games in chronological order, like it starts off with Lament of Innocence, which is how it is the creation and of the lifelong rivalry between the Belmonts and Dracula.
yeah,
Like Matthias Kronkfeast swore vengeance on God for not even letting his fiance live from an unknown illness, which we're not very sure what it was,
Hmm.
even still. But even in Castlevania 3, he even tried pretty much the same thing. But then again, he just never even found it. Like, it's just tragedy everywhere that he goes.
yeah. Well, that's
Mhm.
supposed to be the story of in the Castlevania games too. He's supposed to be like a. I think the
Mhm.
TV show did this way better than the games. They showed him as almost like a King Lear of sorts, a Shakespearean tragedy.
Yeah, which maybe always the perfect way to make the fallen villain, if I'm not mistaken.
A fallen villain, but also at the same time, he is. Like with what Alucard says. You sympathize with him, but you are not on his side.
Mm-mm.
Which is probably why I like the Castlevania series, is because yeah, I get what you're. Yeah, I get it. I understand why you're doing it and why you're upset, but you're still wrong. And season two, even he has stopped believing in the cause. He's kind of now just doing it out of necessity. Kind of like, yeah, I'm just following through with what I said I'm going to do. My
You
heart isn't
know,
even.
you want to know what's very ironic as well?
Yeah,
Carmilla was in the almost in the exact same position as Dracula is, but she keeps soldiering on and on. But you
yeah,
can see that she's
Mhm.
weary. You can kind of hear it in her voice that she's very weary.
yeah. And Hector, what I love is that Hector kind of ultimately sums it up perfectly. That vampires are just eventually, at one point or another, going to become like Dracula, who are just going to always overreach, and they're always going to be. It's a cycle that never ends.
Oh shit! This dude voiced Dracula?
Yep, yep. You didn't know that?
Nah, a member,
Beautiful,
from,
isn't it?
a cast member from Sons of Anarchy voiced Dracula.
Yep,
Mhm.
Awesome.
yep. And the funny thing, I believe it's the actor who played Richard
Oh wow,
Armitage.
Bill Nice voiced Saint Germain. No wonder I like this asshole.
Yep, Bill Nee. Bill Nee.
Nee, that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah, I believe that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, Bill Nee, who also played oh
Death.
yeah, who also played Victor in Underworld.
Yep. 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 Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Richard Armitage voiced Trevor Belmont. He's the same guy from Captain America: The First Avenger, saying, "The first of many. Cut off one head, two more shall take its place." Hail
Yeah,
Hydra.
Hail Hydra. Mm.
Hail Hydra.
the Hydra spy.
The Hydra spy, yeah.
Nice.
Anyway, but getting back to what I was saying, what I liked about the Castlevania TV series, however, is that Dracula kind of you don't see him really get truly emotional in season 2 until he's facing Alucard. That's when he's like really angry and upset. I mean, even when he's facing off against Sypha and Trevor, it's almost like this is a vampire hunter. I'm a vampire. We're just going through the motions.
Hmm.
Which is why I love the line where he says, "You must be the Belmont." And letting Trevor
What
try
is
to
a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
It's a
Die,
shame we never
monster!
got that
You don't
line.
belong in this world. Mhm.
Yep.
Oh well,
Symphony
it
of the
was a
Night
it was a good
easily is
run.
my favorite Castlevania game.
It was a good run. It ended the way it should have.
It did. I always still believed that they had one more season in them, but because season 4,
The thing is, if they had to adapt the whole game franchise as a whole, that would have been freaking crazy to
yeah,
do.
it would have
Quite the achievement, though.
been.
Hmm.
Though quite, I still would have wished they would have done, if they would have introduced Leon Belmont from Lament of Innocence, because honestly, he was the one that actually started off the entire Castlevania series, because Lament
Hmm.
of Innocence was the start of the Belmont's never-ending struggle against Dracula.
I shudder to say this because I know for a fact it'll never be what it was, but they did leave Castlevania open for spin-off.
Yep.
But we know,
Which
and so you might
maybe
just
might leave potential for Simon Belmont eventually.
Hmm.
I was
yeah,
just gonna
but
say.
She is pregnant.
I am gonna say this though. I don't have high hope.
Mm.
And the reason being is the current atmosphere of storytelling. And this is why we'll always have these 4 seasons of Castlevania. But I've always felt that there was always one missing season, and it should have taken place between the events of, because season 4 I think could have been season 5, and season 4 should have been that. What should have been what would ultimately lead to what season 4 was. I'm sorry, I'm not making sense. It just seemed like there was a missing gap between
Did
season
you
3 and 4.
did you ever feel like that there was some course correcting with Hector in the 4th season?
Yeah, there was. That's what I felt. I felt that Hector jumped from one place at the end of season 3 to another place completely in season 4. And I know there's a gap of time there that really would have been beneficial for his character. That's just me, though.
Says Dominic Powell says one of the critiques I had with the Castlevania anime it did Hector dirty. He rebelled against Dracula and regained his trust in humanity. Ultimately became one of the Belmont's many allies. Yeah, that was in game, right?
Mm-hmm. That is correct. In
Yeah,
fact, in the game, if I recall correctly, Hector and Isaac become rivals.
that puts them as greatest foes. I kind of saw where it was going with the dynamic of show Hector and show Isaac, because like a lot of people were speculating that Isaac might come around to killing Hector at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, no. My theory is that Isaac is going to find Hector and he's going to forgive him,
Mm-hmm.
which ended up being the case of season 4.
Right.
Yeah. Also, can we just say this too? Everybody who's saying that Carmella had basically defeated Dracula in season 3. I'm sorry, but Alucard and his allies kind of really messed up Carmella's forces in season 2. Because remember when they're trying to teleport the castle and all that kind of stuff, and Carmella loses a lot of her forces doing that. So it's like the heroes were just basically effing everybody's shit up.
Yep. Like on the side and literally.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like they in a way they kind of told the story. They told 2 stories.
Yep.
in season 2. They told the story of the vampire court and the politics of the vampire court, which is why people had their favorite vampire. Well, the vampires that were speaking at that
Mhm.
time. So you know you had that story going on with the vampire court, but you also had the two heroes on an adventure, and it was necessary for them to be in one spot for the majority of that season. Like as much as people would like to for them to just be off globetrotting for Dracula's castle, they learned from Alucard that it moves. So
Mhm.
you want them to go through a whole long journey of looking for a castle that moves.
Hmm.
Yes, you'll get interesting and crafty creative action set pieces with them fighting night hordes and stuff like that. But like it was interesting to have them have this little slowdown for a spell to really get to know each other through and through. Like that's not it's not to say that they were just like sitting around not doing anything. They were stuffing around interacting with each other. Like you get the dynamic between Belmont and Alucard. You get the dynamic between Sypha and Belmont. Same thing with Sypha and Alucard. And of course you I don't know what you guys want to make of that. Like you know her interaction with both the lads, but like
Mhm.
I never sensed no I'm the female. I'm smarter than any of you guys. It's more of you know like we're in this together. I'm gonna work my way with my knowledge, and you know Alucard's got his mysterious dark phase right now, and
Mhm.
Heck Trevor has his has his kung fu gimmicks. As I like to point out, quoting
Mhm.
V for Vendetta there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? They recognize each other's skills. Like yes, you got the pay insults going in. You know, they're talking like they're a sorority at times. But like,
I love the rapport between Alucard and Trevor. It's great.
please, we're not children. Eat shit and die. Yes, fuck you.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, Dominic. I would say mortal enemies now. Like they were rivals in the heyday of Dracula's of unlife. But like when Dracula died and Hector rebelled against Dracula, that's what made them mortal enemies. And of course that and Hector failed to save his wife at the same time. Oh wow, there's a face reveal.
Yes,
Kidding,
that was
kidding.
my mistake. Sorry.
What you wrestling there, final?
What?
I said, what you wrestling there? Like you were
Sorry, I was
like
stretching.
you wrestled something that made you turn on your camera.
Sorry, I was stretching my legs.
Nice, but yeah, what I was saying was he failed to protect his wife, who was also Isaac's sister. So he blames Hector from not saving his protecting his sister.
Hmm.
That
Right.
also led him to hatred as well, and knowing Hector has betrayed Dracula as a loyal servant of Dracula, and of course that's also fueled by Isaac's loyalty, like his undying loyalty to Dracula. You know,
Yeah.
which which was also translated into the to the show as well.
Hmm.
Like it like that's the reason why I was really willing to be okay with the race swap. It's like it was still Isaac. Like
Yeah.
Isaac in the games was heavily loyal to Dracula through and through, even though he decided to gain his own agency within season 3. Yeah, season 3.
Yeah.
And of course he also went through his own little journey. I wouldn't say hero's journey because he's still a villain.
Right.
Hmm.
You know, he's still a villain through and through, but he decided to reign his own way.
Hmm.
So whether or not if again had the series continue, would he have been a force to reckon with over time?
Hmm.
I was hoping that he was going to be death though,
Yeah,
which was
that would have been
interesting.
really. When you were telling me what you thought his ending was going to be, I wish it was that too because it's kind of cool.
Like he was so loyal to Dracula that he ended up becoming gamer. Gamer. He says he's just not heavily flamboyant. Oh, I would say he's flamboyant in some ways. He is Nubian. Think about when you think about it. Those tend to look exotic with his design. You know, chicks dig the sexy tattoos and and the pseudo deep African accent.
Oh, but
When
what I
I'm
love about
when I'm
the
cold, I eat meat and put on a cloak or set a fire. Eloise has joined us again.
Hey,
Hey,
Alex.
how's
Hey,
school?
welcome back.
I got sent home early because like apparently some people forgot to put the password, like the password slip into like our laptop, so they
What the
sent us
heck is
home
that
early.
background noise going on?
She's on the train.
I'm at
That's what.
No,
Oh,
I'm at the station.
oh. I thought someone already had the TV on. I was just like, wait, what the heck is going on?
Mhm.
Sounds like she's in a freaking dystopian totalitarian world.
I mean,
Obey and procreate. That is your
I mean,
that is your calling as a woman.
And
Hello.
Oh
I
my
am your
god.
beloved Count Olaf.
oh God, oh man, oh God, oh man.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna say, Eloise?
no, so I got sent home early. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
That's it? That
Yeah,
sounds so
nothing really
underwhelming.
exciting. I know. I was expecting something more, but like everyone in my class got sent home early, like the entire class. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what was the topic? Violence, something?
Violence.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about Castlevania.
Mm-hmm.
And how the violence is in a very tasteful manner.
Well, actually, you know what? Now we spoke at length about tasteful violence.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me some instances that you guys think the violence was way too much. I know we like to talk about Invincible being the violence being in some parts way too much. I mean, we
Yeah.
could talk about that for a spell, but like, name some other instances where you think the violence was far too much.
Mm.
I mean, we already talked about Mortal Kombat, but yeah.
It's a clown. It's a clown show when it comes to NetherRealm's Mortal Kombat with the fatalities.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I think if where the violence was totally unnecessary, Alien Resurrection. Remember the one guy who got the what was it? The alien jaw went into the back of his head, and then what does he do? He reaches back and pulls out a piece of his brain.
I always laugh at that scene.
Yeah. I'm like, did we really need that?
They barely even show the impact.
Yeah.
It's one quick cut, and already he's drooling. He's got a nosebleed, and he just pulls that chunk out of the back of his head.
Yep.
That shit that shit kills me every single time. That maybe the zoom in through the guy's throat and seeing the face hugger, no chest
Yeah.
burster about to burst.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that was unnecessary. Or
That was just completely unnecessary.
maybe shoot him up.
Yeah.
I love shoot 'em up. Don't get me wrong. I love shoot 'em up with
Yeah.
Clive Owen and Monica Bellucci.
Yeah.
If that's how you
Mhm.
pronounce her last name.
Yeah.
Mm.
But you know, it got somewhat excessive in some areas. I can't put my finger on where. Maybe the pregnancy scene where he just outright shoots the umbilical cord.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Yikes.
I asked why.
I cracked up. I was like, "What the? Was that net?" I'm like I'm with the woman. Was that really necessary? Like you couldn't find no other way to cut that thing off.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
I guess so.
Uh,
Fun
Revulsion.
movie, but
Well,
yeah, it's,
revulsion tends to be a thing too, and I don't know why you would choose to use revulsion as a way to convey a message. I don't.
right.
Right.
It's kind of well. I mean, I could kind of see like a realization, not realization. Like I have had this conclusion. Sort of like with mukbang videos, like you could watch it because okay, yeah, you're kind of hungry or you want to see someone eat. Like there's something instinctual about eating next to someone, so that almost kind of artificially simulates that. But I could see the revulsion being that you would watch someone eat all that food to more or less be
This one be having to be that Asian eating yeah,
no, not
eating
that one, not that one. But like
ASMR.
she does eat a lot of freaking food, and it disgusts me. And most often,
Are you
the
talking
only
about that
reason
Landwell?
the only reason I watch is just that I'm like, okay, cool. I need to kind of moderate my portions, eat healthy, kind of give myself motivation to not be a land whale. So I could see how revulsion could
I
be used in
can't
that
I can't
sense.
stand those ASMRs because like the sounds like when they're you hear them chewing and
Well,
stuff like that.
you're supposed to turn it down. You're not supposed to listen to it at full volume. Only weirdos do that.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know about that. I'm
How
not
can you
really that.
not know about mukbang? How dare you? Like, why do I even talk to you at this point? You should know about this stuff. Like,
Big brother. I told you he's your
I
big brother.
don't.
right?
I
Right.
don't know about this stuff. Like
Well,
this
you
is
know now. So
yes. Now I've been introduced to this corrupt
yeah,
stuff.
like, there's certain different types of mukbangers. Like, you've got the ones like that literally turn it into a montage of like making food, and it literally becomes like its own art video, right? So you have those, and then you have the ones that just like feed their face for clicks, and like that's the one I'm kind of like referring to. But well, I mean, you made a
Ever heard
reference
of
to it, but I
ordinary
was
sausage?
no, I haven't.
Interesting. YouTube cook tries to turn anything into a sausage. Even
Okay.
sli-
Everything.
even sl- even Slim Jims.
Damn.
I thought Slim Jims were already a
Like
sausage.
I don't know how they turn Slim Jims into sausages. That's like
He's got a machine to
honestly
do
just
it. He's got a sausage machine to do it. He
Just
turned
like
a fish fillet
it's
I
just
into a
know,
like in
but
sausage.
like
that one episode of
how does
SpongeBob where they
someone eat
just made
that?
the
Because like
crusty
it's
dog.
very spicy.
Oh, he tried it. It's bad. It's got no flavor.
All right, I got a question. Who was gonna say? What were you gonna say? Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, I was just about to say, it just almost like reminds me of that crusty dog episode, that one episode in SpongeBob where they just made the crusty dog. Some which I don't know why.
The Krabby Patty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have no idea why,
Oh,
but it just does.
oh, I
Well,
thought that was Owen for a second.
does anybody else have
Oh boy.
He even turned water into a sausage.
what was it gonna
Yes,
say?
I'm
Well,
not kidding. He turned water into a sausage.
Somebody mention my name?
and
Oh well, I mean,
yeah,
we can.
I was
Like
just simply
How can you
asking.
turn water into a sausage when water has no
It's a
meat?
it's a fan
What was
joke.
senseless violence to you?
Sometimes he'll take fan requests and he'll turn like the most outrageous thing into a sausage. He even did butter sausage, peanut butter sausage, peanut butter and jelly sandwich sausage. Oh my goodness, I didn't even want to watch that one.
that actually
Mm,
sounds
Um,
interesting.
that does
Yeah.
not sound appetizing at all.
That's why I didn't watch it. Like he even turned a pizza into a sausage, and I was like, okay, I'm all for that. So here's his
Or you can make spaghetti, or you could just make spaghetti tacos like a night Carly.
here's his
Oh, that's
YouTube channel.
okay.
That's a
So-
thing. I thought that was just
Yep.
like
No,
for
that's something
entertainment. Like
that. Well, it is a thing. It's like, but again, it's it's setting a trend. Like you come up
Yeah.
with something so off the wall, and people see it, and then they want to do it.
Toothpaste
Oh my God,
sausage.
it's so
Wow.
good.
Okay,
Say
now
what?
you're just getting we.
This is
Hey,
this
this.
is
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
look at the channel.
This is the type of degeneracy that we're at right now. I mean, everyone is of the conclusion, oh, we'll be able to get out of this. I'm like, no. I'm like, there's people that like identify as horses.
Oh God.
There's people
There's
that identify as attack helicopters to make fun of those type of people.
there's people that quote unquote don't act on their
Shit,
urges when
not
they're
again.
attracted to something, and then
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
now we have like toothpaste sandwiches and Tide Pod challenges, and it's like, I
I
mean, come
keep
on, get
stretching
real.
so much I accidentally hit the wrong button.
So
Wow.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah,
right.
I don't know why I just keep stretching so much. I just feel like a cat.
Brian, was there ever a time in a movie where you thought the violence was a little too excessive, or a TV show or a game?
I don't really know because I don't think
That's
I've ever
every.
really run across it personally. I just only go.
I was gonna say that's like every Zack Snyder film. It's like
Mhm.
That
really,
would basically be the
Ah.
Zack Snyder
it's
films.
obsessive. It's like
That just
Put-
came to my mind when you just
put the
said
camera
that.
down. Like nobody cares about 300 anymore. Like leave it alone.
Yeah.
I'll even go
Maybe.
so far as to say the Frank Miller Sin City books. I mean, there were some of them that just got so excessive.
Yeah.
Holy
That was-
terror.
Now that I think about it, the
Yeah,
Sin City
absolutely.
movie
Holy
was
Terror
pretty
just
graphic.
ugh.
Yeah.
Like Trooper, when you just brought up Zack Snyder, funny thing was I was trying to recall when was the violence a little too much. My first thought was originally Mortal Kombat, but we already been there.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
now you talk about Zack Snyder, and now Schooner just brought up Frank Miller. I was just like, oh right, because
Well, yeah. There is a point where it becomes too gratuitous because, like we said before, at this point you're not even trying to use it as a plot device, or
it
it
just
doesn't serve
became
a
a gimmick.
purpose. Yeah,
Pretty
basically,
much.
or what we tend to overuse the word trope, but it is a trope. So
The birthing scene from Dawn of the Dead remake.
Yeah. Oh God, why?
Oh, good
Again, I ask
grief.
why.
I thought that was so derivative. I'm like, really? I'm like, we have to have an undead version of the birth of Christ now. Like, come on. I'm like,
He's
I
got
get
an
it.
obsession of freaking zombie babies for some reason. Because as I recall, there's a zombie baby in Army of the Dead.
Again, it's. I mean, if you want to start going into all
Yes,
this,
Zack Snyder, we know you read the Bible.
oh,
Probably
And
not
so
very
much
well,
so, they're
though.
even gonna work
wish. I
all
mean,
the
a lot of
Christianity
these.
into Superman, which is not the
Yeah.
point of what Superman's supposed to be.
Mhm.
Exactly.
It's just, yeah.
I mean, yes, we know Jesus offered hope, but not in the same vein as Superman. Because Superman is a hero.
He seems to have a baby fetish for some reason. Because like you got Clark as a baby in the first act of Man of Steel.
Exactly, yeah.
Like how the
Maybe-
hell did that happen with the Kents?
Maybe
they
he's a
discover
pedo.
baby. No, he's not.
Yeah, I'm disgusting.
Let's not go down there, please. I beg of you.
It's easy to throw that line, throw that label in. But I'm saying, I'm just like, is he trying to have another baby? I mean, he did lose he
The
did have
title
death
should
in the
have just been
family.
called Christ of Steel. Because even if it were supposed to say Man of Steel, it's definitely not Superman.
No, it's
It
not.
is not.
Even
Zack
so much so,
Snyder
it didn't even
is a
have
dark-
Superman in the title. We're just gonna call him by his nickname because they're just trying to cap off the success with Christopher Nolan's Batman movies.
Mhm.
Right.
Which, yes,
Pretty much.
I mean, yes.
Which the
I
only
do
Superman
understand,
that can actually exist in those films is is Superman Returns Superman.
Yeah.
Even though that their style of filmmaking clashes with one another, that's the
Yeah,
only way I can
because
still
the
see.
Christopher Nolan Batman movies is more so of what would it be like if Batman would be in our world, not necessarily of how Batman usually is.
Well,
Because
it
a lot of
does.
people always like to associate Batman exactly as that in the comics,
Yeah.
to where it even brought to the point where a lot of people think Batman is the more real superhero in DC Comics, and so much so they think they could relate to him more than anyone else in the Justice League,
Yeah. Can I
despite
just
they don't even have any of
Well, I
the
was going to say,
antics
the
as
one thing it did
Batman.
well, was add some element of, I hate to piggyback on other streams, but realism, if you will.
Yeah,
That's
So
the thing too, is that realism, it's a fallacy because you can't make Batman. I mean, you've
yeah,
got
no, it's
Batman
true. But
is,
again, it's the illusion of realism. So
yeah.
which is something that Metal Gear always handles so well,
mhm.
Mm-hmm.
especially with having prosthetic hands and giant robots in the 1970s, which I think that's when Metal Gear 5 takes place.
The last Metal Gear Solid, the Phantom Pain.
Yeah, Ground Zeroes and the Phantom Pain, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And not only that, you got a super secretive base in the middle of the ocean.
Even a jungle in, what was it, in Afghanistan in Metal Gear Solid 3, where it takes place during the Cold War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but that was the thing about those games that I loved so much about Metal Gear Solid was the simple fact that it was good at being somewhat real, and then it knew when to be a video game.
I mean, yeah, which is why, even though many postmodernism, we all know it's going to be bad because they always like to preach a message and that's all they care about. But what I think Metal Gear Solid 2 handles postmodernism well is because that's basically the theme. That's lies and deception, which is why when it first came out, everybody absolutely despised Raiden at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Because even when you actually think about it from his behavior because the whole point of Raiden is that he's meant to be a very creepy, but yet actually pretty knowledgeable, if that makes any sense, connection with the player. Metal Gear Rising even goes off with it.
I have a dream that one day every person in this nation will control their own destiny. A nation of the truly free, damn it. A nation of action, not
All right,
words.
Tyler.
Ruled by strength, not committee. Where the law changes to suit the individual, not the other way around. Where power and justice are back where they belong, in the hands of the people. Where every man is free to think, to act for himself. Fuck all these limp dick lawyers and chicken shit bureaucrats. Fuck this 24-hour interview spiel of trivia and ancillary bullshit. Fuck American pride. Fuck the media. Fuck all of it. America's disease, run to the core. There's no saving it. We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down. And from the ashes, a new America will be born. Evolved, but untamed. The weak will be purged and the strongest will thrive. Free to live as they see fit. They'll make America great again. In my new America, people will die and kill for what they believe. Not for money, not for oil, not for what they're told is right. Every man will be free to fight his own wars.
You know, I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not great. You're batshit insane!
Yep. I think that about sums it up.
That's the thing that I love about heroes is that they always know exactly what to say no matter what.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the hero ends up being
it's supposed to be the audience response, or at the very least, the audience's relatability. Like, for example, in Captain America Winter Soldier, when Crossroads is saying, "This is going to hurt. There are no prisoners with Hydra. There is only order, and order comes through pain."
That's something coming from Mark Millar.
Yeah. And then he goes, "Are you ready for pain?"
Yes.
And then exactly. And that's what I love. He goes, "Are you ready for your lesson?" And what does Sam say? He just says, "Oh man, shut the hell up." I love that line. He just goes, "Man, shut the hell up." And then boom, boom, boom.
I don't take orders from you. Actually, hold on. Stop, Boy Scout. I don't take orders from you.
What would the AI know about free will?
Hold on. Fancy meeting you here.
I don't remember the line that come after that. It's been a while since I played
You
Metal
knew
Gear
I'd
Rising.
come. You knew I'd come. I suppose I should thank you for not killing everybody at the launch site. Well,
The
no,
name
like that.
is Jack, and it's time to let it rip. That shit, I can't laugh.
Right now too. I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but Batman v Superman was chock full of unnecessary violence.
Oh yeah.
Well, honestly, it was a
Definitely.
lot of posturing, and
The only
again,
reason why the entire movie was just set up from the trailer and the rest just feels so bad was just pointless filler just to have Batman and Superman fight.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you can tell.
Say Martha!
You can tell there was literally like a
Oh, your mother's
very
name's
bare
Martha?
skin,
Wow,
like
this is Leon.
Wait,
This is all
Batman
right.
Sylvester
You and I will
Stallone?
be best friends.
Wait, Superman Sylvester Stallone all of a sudden?
Pretty much.
Yo, Adrian, save Martha!
Yeah, really. Why did you say that name?
What were you saying, Trooper?
well, the only thing I was going to say was you could tell that that script was very threadbare. If it was literally filled with, like, again, gratuitous or filler type violence, like, that seems to be very typical of a Snyder film, and it's really funny watching these Snyder simps like quarterback for like this type of writing or this type of content, and I'm like, I understand you're like a literary midget, so to use stuff like this is like fantastic, but to to the general audience who's at least clued in to what a movie would normally play out like, for anyone that owns at least more than 10 DVDs in their collection, they have an idea. I mean, you don't have to necessarily go and get this, BIPOC feminist underwater basket weaving, degree to kind of have an idea of how a narrative or a plot works. And the only time that you have to fill a plot is when you're stuck at a point in the story where you can't advance it any further. So you use a plot device like gratuitous action. So it just, I don't know. To me, I always find it very condescending. To
Yeah.
me, yeah, it's condescending because literally, like, I could just pick up a comic and I would have more fun. And there's quote unquote violence in that comic. It's not really violence, but you know what I'm getting at. It's, there's the, again, there's like this interplay for the hero to be able to convey that he's a hero. So
And that's kind of been my problem ever since which really was starting around the time of Marvel Phase 2. They weren't exactly saving people anymore. Did you guys ever notice that?
yeah.
They weren't saving people anymore. And back in, like,
oh yeah, they were blowing him up. They were blowing him up. I mean, hello,
Yeah.
like Age of Ultron, but
Yeah.
Cool,
Yeah,
whatever.
where Ultron just wanted to make a city float. I mean, yes, Ultron is very genocidal.
That's right.
But
I
don't think the first thing on his mind would just be letting an island float.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's right. You can't question the patriarchy. We want to make an
even
island
in
float.
Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, even he never even had those ideas of that to be genocidal.
Well, but here's another thing that I find another thing that has unnecessary violence in it is that that stupid cartoon Harley Quinn. Okay.
Don't even get me started on that goddamn show.
And the Birds of Prey. Okay, let's throw that.
Yeah, we all know that's bad, but
I mean,
I'm
so
just
bad
already
to the point
getting
where they had
so
to change the title of the
sick
film.
and effing tired of just
The
DC just solely relying on Harley, anyone in the Bat Family, the Suicide Squad, and just relying on them to be fighting against any world-ending threats like Starro. Even though that would have been a great opportunity to get someone like the Teen Titans or mainly the Justice League. But yet, a lot of people like to write that because, hell, aspirational heroes like Superman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, or basically anybody else in DC Comics or the Justice League,
Yeah.
those don't matter because now it's solely reliant on Batman. Oh
Yeah.
my god,
Can
the
I just say, and
betrayal
to
of
anyone,
mythology in DC is just stupid.
no, and the excuses are so flimsy and barely hold any water that
Yeah,
now
which is why there's
kind of
like
people are
stupid
just people are kind of
explanation
now
for
just
why the Joker's immortal in Batman Endgame. And just
or here's
basically like
oh,
yeah, where
there's even
basically
this
Joker just basically makes a zombie parasite thing out of his toxin, and
yeah.
so much so he does this on the Justice League just so he can kill Batman, and it's just already to the
Right.
point where it just gets so goddamn ridiculous. Before Scott
Yeah.
Snyder did Dark Knight's Metal.
Well,
Yeah.
and then it gets even worse too because now suddenly they're like saying, actually, believe it or not, the Joker secretly has the hots for Batman.
Hey,
Oh, good
Yeah.
grief.
that's right, dang
So
it.
what is it? You gonna give me a reach around now?
Oh, then there's the scene in the Justice League movie where a Wonder Woman punches somebody out.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the whole story.
Like that's not
I mean-
that's not it's not Wonder Woman. She don't do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
No.
Though, to be fair on what Schooner would say, yes, the Joker absolutely does not have the hots for Batman. I do agree that he doesn't, but
They're
it's
trying to
much
appease
more
the gay
so that the
shippers.
Joker.
Well, no, and not only that, they're now trying to see, just like the TV show of Harley Quinn. They're like saying Harley wasn't really an abuse victim. You want to know why? Because we got to empower women, and she can't be an abuse victim. She's the one who leaves the Joker in the end. And
Yeah,
it's like,
because
You can
what-
still
what's
have
the
that
point?
story. That's the thing. You can still
yeah,
kind of have
because
that story.
a cautionary tale of someone being manipulated into an abusive relationship by a psychopathic murderer that you look up to, who then leaves you behind, and then suddenly leaves you behind for dead. There's no such thing as that for Harley. Now is it?
Well, that's
no.
the thing. They missed a golden opportunity to tell that story again. Like how many movies have you heard of an abuse victim escaping her abuser?
Yeah. And
Oh,
not
yeah.
only that, she has to leave. But there's also another time in the comic books which they
Like
don't.
when have
I-
like
how
I'm
many
guessing
times-
I'm guessing
how many
people got
times-
tired of that type of story. Maybe the Lifetime Network probably overplayed that tropes to death. I guess I don't know. I'm like the Joker in freaking Dark Knight. What did you lose? Did you lose your balls?
Did your
You know
balls
what
drop off?
You know what I'm saying? Like when have we stopped telling the story of an abuse victim finding their freedom
I'm
at this
also
point?
feeling this too. They're missing out on a golden opportunity here too to tell a Batman story. The left is so anti-gun. Batman hates
I mean,
Batman
because,
hates guns. Batman hates guns to the point where he doesn't even have gun-shaped grappling hooks or something like that. He
Oh,
just
but he
doesn't.
sure got guns on his Batmobile for some reason.
Yeah,
And his
and
Batwing
there's already
for some reason.
gun-like weapons on his vehicles because Batman is totally willing to have the exact same weapon that killed his parents for his arsenal now, Woody. So much so
Yeah.
that's why he's even in frickin' Fortnite.
Let me go back to Batman v Superman in that car chase scene, if you
Yeah.
will.
Yep.
I was watching that and I'm just sitting here just sinking in my seat watching this bullshit happening and unfolding.
Mhm.
Just
Mhm.
Eloise, you're not kidnapped, are you?
Who, me?
Yes,
Eloise.
you.
No, I
Eloise,
just
can you hear me?
keep-
Are you
Eloise,
trying to send us a message?
Eloise!
Should we inform the New Jersey's local authorities?
Hello.
I mean, you dipping in and out and
Hello.
coming back in.
Yellow.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's just like my mom kept calling me, and not only that, but like that whole dystopian announcement thing keeps playing over and over again.
Good grief.
Like literally
Oh,
every
man.
10
Oh,
minutes.
geez. And that's the drama of the day. That's literally your drama of the day.
Aside from getting let out early because somebody
Yeah.
fucked up on the damn passcode.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's getting late on my end, so I'm gonna probably dip out now.
Yeah, we born on 4 hours anyway.
Yeah.
I gotta go make a quick trip.
So
I
this is
gotta
this is a brief cameo of Eloise today.
Yep.
So, well, I'm gonna sign
And I'd like
off
to
right
thank-
here.
Well, sign off now. Do it. Do
All
it.
right. So thanks everybody for having me around, and I hope you all had enjoyed this talk about violence, and maybe we can revisit it again someday. And
Oh,
this is
that's a definite.
oh yeah, this has been Brian Gilmartin. No damage to report. Moving to next area.
Nice. Anyways,
Take
I thank
care.
everybody for
Brian.
that's a message from the North. The North remembers.
The North remembers.
I mean, there's
Anyways,
nothing that says that you guys can't keep going. It's just I kind of have to make a quick trip, so
See
I'd
you
rather
guys
do it
later.
before sundown.
right?
So for me, it's been super fantastic hanging out with everyone over in chat world. This is Trooper FN2525. Hopefully you had a fun time. Again, I did throw out a whole bunch of books for you, so go ahead and go right back to the early portion of the rewatch where I come in, which is right around what I want to say a few minutes into the stream. You know, you can just you can just rewind and find me. But like I said, go ahead and pull out some
Well,
of that stuff. Pull out.
Eloise is working on doing timestamps anyway,
Yeah, I'll
so
be sure to timestamp it
Well, I was gonna
once I
say
get to it.
just make sure. I mean, you can get on the internet. You can go ahead and just Google the Iliad or the Enid. It's not without your reach. Look at that stuff, kind of take it in, figure out how the violence is being used between those two pieces of work. Look up Beowulf in, like I even said, Poem of El Cid. You know, there's a whole bunch of books there you can kind of look up. I mean, especially if you're writing a story or if you're trying to figure out what's the best way to analyze this topic, especially when it relates to a lot of the films that we just talked about. I unfortunately did not get to talk to you guys about Dragon Age Inquisition today or Order 66. Not a big deal. Those are all more messianic themes. That's its own stream because once you get into messianic themes, we start talking about morals, good and bad, and such. So, anyway, this is Trooper FN2525 taking off, and I will catch you in the next one.
all right. Um, before we start wrapping up, Eloise, I wanted to hear your thoughts real quick for a brief spell about what to you was good violence and what to you was too much.
Trying to think. I don't think I've really ever been bothered though.
All right, I'm asking the wrong person. She's not into pop culture like that.
I mean,
Well, you're a bookworm, right? So you probably read a lot of actiony or any well, you read the Game of Thrones books, have you not?
yeah, I'm reading through them right now. I've seen parts of the show and what do you call it?
You can
And
use
I'm
those
reading through.
for example.
Trying to
Like,
think.
like what to you was too much and what was acceptable to you in the Game of Thrones series?
Yeah, my mind is blanking out right. Oh my god. I'm sorry, guys.
We did reference Reigns of Castamere as a
Yes,
good
we
way of
did.
Oh
showing.
yeah. Yeah, I thought that was a bit overboard. Not more than overboard.
A
I mean,
few
he could
moments
like
later.
Tywin could have like proved his
A
point
few
without like
moments later.
genociding the children as well. Like, so yeah.
That's basically what the other person on the other side of history will say, or at least that's how they would think. Or the death of Ilya Martell. What do you think about that, for example? In
I mean, I think
She's already going through the same process that I actually had when I was trying to think of the violence that was already a bit too much.
You guys want to add to what she's saying?
I'm thinking that a lot of what was in the Game of Thrones series is already what's
wait.
implied or told.
Yeah. sorry, I
Yeah,
just
I
want to
have
say,
no room to
like
talk about Game of Thrones because I never read any of the books or seen the show.
Well, you're in luck.
I think for the it couldn't have been avoided for Elia Martell and Rhaenys, they could have been spared, but like obviously they would have to get rid of Aegon.
Rainies?
Rhaenys and Elia could have been spared, but they would have had to get rid of Aegon because he would have been a threat
Aries?
for like, huh?
Are you talking about
Oh,
Aries?
no, I'm talking about like what like
She's
during
talking about
the
Game of Thrones.
I
Aerys
know she.
Targaryen.
Yeah, yeah,
Aerys
yeah.
Targaryen.
no, I was talking
So she's,
about Elia Martell and Rhaenys and Aegon. I think like Elia and Rhaenys could have been spared, but they would have had to get rid of Aegon because he would have been a threat to Robert Baratheon. You get it? Because they would have.
well, I could see where Rainies could have been spared had she not tried to attempt to attack Dorne.
No, I'm talking about Elia Martell and her daughter Rhaenys.
Oh. See, I'm not that far into it yet. Continue.
I'm talking about whatchamacallit. You know how it's mentioned
After the
in the
rebellion?
first, yeah, during Robert's rebellion. That's what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that Rhaenys and Elia could have been spared, but they would have had to get rid of Aegon.
There's is that Aegon the third or Aegon the fourth?
Aegon, the son of Rhaegar.
Okay. Why would they have to get rid of him?
Because there were still like supporters for like Targaryens, and then after that, I'm trying to think.
So as to not,
Sorry. So you understand what I was saying, right?
yeah, they wanted to spur away from Targaryen support, which is if there was
That's because you have to think about it. Like the army of the Reach is like large,
yeah.
and they didn't. And during the Robert's Rebellion, they didn't make the Reach didn't even muster its full force. It only like mustered like a little bit of it, but that was
Mm-hmm.
mostly to like keep Robert from
That's a good point,
amassing
Dominic.
support in the Stormlands.
I think Highlander really does do a good job of emphasizing its violence. I think
Hang
Highlander.
on. Eloise is continue, Eloise.
So yeah, they would have had to get rid of Aegon because yeah. I think you guys get my point, right?
Yeah, I would get what you're saying.
It's kind of embarrassing talking
Kill
about
any
this on the
heirs.
train.
Kill any heirs loyal to Aegon, or at least loyal to the Targaryens. Just basically keep from opposing force to usurp the throne, or try to prevent them from from achieving the throne.
Yeah, it's because like Westeros is organized by there has to be a male heir, so that's why I'm saying
Yep.
they would have had to get rid of Aegon.
Yeah. So gratuitous. Another one from Game of Thrones.
Oh wait, no, you can continue.
Do you think that Martin kind of overplayed Joffrey's sadism?
No,
You think it was necessary?
I think it was necessary just to build up how much we hate him
Right.
because it was
Hate sneak.
amazing. It was it was amazing how many new levels we could find to hate character.
Care list one or three.
Yeah. I mean, the fact, what did he do? He kills, one, not only does he kill, um, oh gosh dang it.
Ned Stark.
Not only does he kill Ned Stark, he stakes him right up there. Okay. Not only that, he abuses Sansa, and then after that, he starts. What's the word? He starts making like these very outlandish claims. Like he builds a statue of himself standing over the carcass of a dead wolf. I'm like, you prick! I hate you.
It's all feeble posturing on his part.
I know, and that's really all it is. Like the one scene that really makes me despise him more than anything is the fact that what was it? It's when the Battle of Blackwater, and he doesn't even want to lead his own troops.
That and he hero worships his father, but doesn't want to live his examples. At least not in that way. And actually, that actually piggybacks off of what you're saying about the whole not leading his troops. Like Robert led his troops, and he wasn't even a king then. So let's not also forget that he gutted a cat just to get the babies out of him.
Mm-hmm.
And present to the man. He just what deep down you can tell Joffrey was trying to be like his dad, Robert, his quote unquote dad.
Mm-hmm.
But it also came to light that he didn't really care about the man either, unless it was necessary for him to posture like his father would, and wax philosophically about his dad, where it counted.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that criticism he gave to Tywin. You know, my father led the rebellion. My father won. My father fought a war.
Yeah, he goes. My father won the. He says he won the true war. He defeated Prince Rhaegar in the field. He took the crown while you hid under Casterly Rock.
Mm-hmm.
Because my father will hear about this.
It almost sounds like Viserys a bit.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what, final. Since we're on that subject, give me a you will wake the dragon.
What? Wait,
Give,
what?
give us do you want me to wake the dragon?
Oh. You want me to wake the dragon?
That sounds spot on.
Yeah.
I don't know why I almost tried to sound like Liquid Snake.
That's good enough. Actually, you know what? Give us your best Liquid Snake impression.
Crap. I know the actor, but I can't even think of anything. I know the speech that he tried giving straight to Snake, that he's literally talking to the player about that you enjoy killing.
Or rather, give
Are
us your
you denying it? Haven't you already killed some of my teammates?
give us your best Alfred Ashford from Resident Evil Code Veronica.
Alfred. Yeah. Crap. I don't even know the voice.
Or no, I'll give you one easier. Taro from Battlefield Earth. I give you the famous one. While you were learning to spell your name, I was trained to conquer galaxies.
Yeah. Okay. You know, I'm sorry. I just couldn't even do any of these voices, but okay. That voice that I tried
You
doing
gotta sound
earlier,
like John Travolta.
I know. No, but all right. The voice I tried to do earlier, it was Draco Malfoy from Harry Potter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You were here for my father.
That was for my father.
Look into the eyes of that dragon in despair.
You shall die. Where's your motivation?
Oh,
Lord,
nice.
Lord, I hate that movie.
What
That's
movie?
not a movie. That's a game.
No, I'm talking about Battlefield Earth.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
While you were learning to spell your name, I was trained to tie my shoes.
Sir, we must not allow a mind short gap.
Sir, I have a plan. My Fiona, I can walk.
And yeah, let's make that movie into an entire character in Metal Gear Peace Walker.
Oh wow.
Basically.
And so much so,
Oh, I got
even
one.
though
I
she's
got
already
one.
an evil lesbian, that she's already has the hots for Huey Emmerich, so now she's already Otacon's mother.
Nice. Oh, I got one. I got one. Foolish Dante. Foolish. Might controls everything. Without it,
Foolish Dante. Foolishness. Might controls everything. And without strength, you cannot protect anything, let alone yourself.
I'm sorry, brother. I was so anxious to see you, I had no time to prepare for the bash.
You sure know how to throw a party. No food, no drinks, and only a single babe.
And she just left.
Go ahead.
So, this is what they call a heartwarming family reunion. You got that right.
Ching!
Yeah,
Hey, Big L's in the house.
that easily has like the best. That Dante, these versions of Dante and Virgil actually has like easily the best quotes that they're actually quotable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like in comparison to the reboot, where yeah, that's just basically in 2013.
You don't look a day over 2000. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah, that Dante is just obviously not Dante. He's just already just a very slimy and filthy punk rock emo kid in high school. Where basically just like
I never met my mom, but
just
if you call me a son of a bitch, you wouldn't be the first.
That really does not make any form of sense whatsoever.
I'm taking you off the air. How about you take a spin on this? Flip him off.
Yeah, apparently the one character everyone considers a good character is that one character, Bob Barbas, a character who's completely a parody to Bill O'Reilly.
Right. I wouldn't count it, you little shit. This is Barbarges doing God's work.
Yeah, because apparently angels and demons are always a big thing in DMC, despite that Dante and Virgil are really half demon, half human, and completely removes the theme of nature versus nurture.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, yes, Bayonetta already has the theme of angels and demons, but the angels are already what's already been set up as pretty much the threat, because Bayonetta is already a angel hunter, right?
Yeah, in a way.
Yeah.
She's an Umbran witch.
I mean, yeah, that I know.
And
But
John is a Lupin sage.
Can we have more of Bayonetta?
We already do.
I know.
Nope, no shortage of fan art of her.
Nope, not at all.
Same thing with Trish.
Must have missed one.
Flock off, Featherbrain. Oh my goodness.
Flock off, Featherface, or you could stick around and find it the hard way.
Yeah. And what the hell is this?
You guys totally wrecked my shop, and I haven't even named it yet. I hope you have enough money to pay for all this.
Kyrie! Kyrie! Shut up, Ichigo.
Bastard.
Is that the reason why you want to take me out? Because Wait, shit, I'm fucking it up. Is that the reason why you want to take me out? Because of the way how I talk?
Oh, is that so harsh? Killing me because the way I talk?
Ah, my children!
I think that look suits you better.
What did you say? The burial in that game?
That was it? I was hoping for a bit more than just a few sparks.
I burial of the fire. Oh, who cannot forget this gem? I wish I could have filled your dark soul with light.
Right?
Wow.
Yep.
I don't know, that sold me, but apparently ever since people have turned into hilariousness, I'm like, well, now I can laugh finally. Thank you guys. Apparently, thank you.
So what's
Man,
supposed to be an emotional scene in the game as literally a metaphor for losing a motherly figure. Okay, Trish
Mhm.
wasn't necessarily a motherly figure. She just happens to look like Dante's mom. But yeah.
right? Chris and I are pals, you know. Here, use this. You, the
Dangerous to
master of
go alone.
unlocking.
Take this.
That was close. Yours almost a jail sandwich.
That was way too close. If I was a little late, you would have fit nicely into a sandwich.
The better version. What about you? I have this. Barry, do you think we could find Tyrant? Joseph!
I'm trying to figure out Albert Wesker quotes in Resident Evil 5.
This is the final. This is the final living life. Wait, no. This is the ultimate life form. Tyrant. Wait, Chris, stop it. Stop laughing.
All right, I'm
What
getting
do you think
hungry.
is so funny?
All right, guys.
I'm getting hungry. I gotta go.
So, with
My
that being
stomach
said,
buttons are about to eat through me.
oh wow. So, anyways, let me review. Let me go over what we're doing for the rest of this month because now tomorrow we're
We
going
are
to be
now
in
in
September.
September.
hmm
September.
So we're going to be talking about college this Thursday, September the 2nd. Sorry, Schooner, that excludes you.
Thank God.
You weren't before that?
I was not ready for that, and I was like, no, please don't send me back. No, I won't go back to that hellhole.
On Tuesday, this is
Oh, it's
going to
my
be the.
birthday today. What will I do today? And then he goes to McDonald's like, no, no, no.
So,
We're going to start handing all of those students out at
hey,
graduation from college.
I'm reviewing what we're doing next.
Okay.
Go for it.
Now, what I do.
So next Tuesday, and you should have saw this coming, we're going to talk about furries again.
Well,
This time with the crew.
I saw it coming.
The original I did just as myself, but this time around we're going to do it with the full crew. Hopefully, a full crew. Of course, Leia will not be joining us because she has operations to deal with. That's why you didn't see her late in the game of this stream. So, of course, she's already announced it. I think on stream 2, last stream. But yeah, we won't be seeing Leia plus size for a while. At least until what, October?
Yep. We will
Okay.
not be seeing her until October, but she will be back stronger than ever.
Yep. She is the Lady of Valor after all. September 9th on Thursday, we'll be talking about jobs. Excuse you, Schooner.
Say that again?
I said we'll be talking about jobs on Thursday of next week.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was going to hear oh, thank God.
Well, I'm going to be at my job on Thursday, so no.
Right. Ironic. The Tuesday after next will be our first ever manga study.
Yes, and I'm happy about this one.
Over what?
Yes. We're doing a Claymore manga study
I'm
with the
already on chapter 74.
fucking overachiever.
Mhm.
Sneaky. Uh,
You snake.
I think we're gonna go with the first 5 chapters, or at least the first
Okay.
five. Yeah, the 5 chapters of the first volume. So we'll go with that one. I think we should just do first 5 chapters for each volume,
Okay.
or maybe if anything, we can do a first 5 chapter manga study on each manga that I name.
Yeah.
So like we could talk about Claymore, and we could talk about the significance of Claymore, and how it could really actually, matter of fact, we can use these manga studies as an endorsement, in fact,
Yes.
of pushing people to it. Since people are manga readers, I mean, you guys got the typical jujitsu, which I haven't read or watched yet. My Hero Academia, but let's talk about mangas that people didn't really know existed yet, or at least are aware of it, but really don't have have an idea of what it's about. So I think that's the format I'm going to stick with. I would love to do it the way the professor does it, but I'm like, nah.
Like, if you're ever gonna do a manga study on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, like if we're going in parts of JoJo, I'd be immediately on board.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, that'll be probably the only manga where I can bend that rule, where we can talk about Phantom Blood, Bound Tendency, uh,
I mean,
start.
JoJolion just recently ended. I believe the last week. I believe.
Mm, yeah, Stardust Crusaders, and I'm on
Oh shoot! I just need to get started watching the JoJo Part 3 anime. I have read through parts 1 and 2. I have seen the anime of both of them. I have read all of Part 3. I just need to continue watching it.
Donnie Powell has a question. He says,
I'm just
"May
at
I take part in that? I read manga in theory and practice by Hirohiko Araki."
Oh yeah, I
Hmm.
actually have that book. Manga in Theory and Practice. That's
Dominic, if I may, I'll share you the link to the manga of Claymore if you want to take part in our Claymore manga study. Try to get you caught up with us,
Hmm.
and I definitely will take you on that. Also, another quick announcement. Dominic will be joining us on the College Talk this Thursday.
Very cool.
Wait,
Very
no,
cool.
next Thursday. Next Thursday. I said College Talk is this Thursday, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's this Thursday. Yeah, he'll be joining us either in the jobs or the College Talk. I'll be sure to link him the StreamYard for that one. So, Dominic, looking forward to you this Thursday.
Hmm.
But yeah. So, with that being said, I'd like to thank guest star Final Fantasy fan.
shoot.
Just do stand aside.
Mm.
I'm going to see my mother.
Now hold on. All right. I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching the stream. If you like what you saw, please click like and subscribe. Subscribe to my channel in case if you haven't. Subscribe to Wolf 10 Media for his pretty good content. I would actually give you the thumbs up.
You can give it afterwards.
And remember, may the light forever shine upon us.
This has been coming at you from underneath the basement with good Wi-Fi. Schooner the Tuna, Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. This is Schooner Tuna, and I'd like to thank everybody for joining us on tonight's stream. And if you want to see any more streams in the future, please comment down below, and we will make it into a talk. And if you want to come and talk with us, get yourself a microphone and come on board and talk to the Wolf Squad.
No excuses either.
Yep,
There's microphones out there that are cheap.
This is Schooner Tuna signing off. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Bloop, 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 motherfucker. Got in like that, motherfucker. Anyways, it's been your Wolf Commander Wolf Tam. I'd like to thank everybody as well for watching us as long as we could, as long as you could. I know we're usually like the voices in your heads while you working day in day out in your coffee shop or even your own home. To those who are probably are under lockdown or through lockdown restrictions elsewhere and worldwide. For those of you who are probably dealing with the weather, guys, stay safe out there. Hopefully you have shelters provided. You got shelters around you nearby that you go in. Please protect yourselves at all times during this hurricane weather right now going on. Wait, right in the south, right?
Yep.
South is getting hit really hard with that. As far as the food is concerned, you guys know the drill. Do your research. Make sure you stay healthy. Keep to a diet. Exercise is always good. We're still on that precipice. Of course, say no to the mask mandates as always. I'm not usually the one to push masks on people, but if you have to do it for the sake of not trying to cause up a stir, not trying to cause up a spectacle. You are still human. Get out there and keep living your life. As far as like everything else, stay with your convictions, stand up for what you believe in, definitely. But of course, practice safely and practice responsibly, as always, at all times. So, with that being said, guys, you are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet.